ちょっと待って。Something is ringing. Why won't it stop? My hand limply reaches out towards the noise, but I can't seem to locate it. Hiro. Must be around here somewhere. I sense something rigid at my fingertips. Suddenly, I hear a loud crash beside me. The ringing stops. Forcing myself upright, an intense light greets my eyes. Besides me stands a hazy figure I can't make out. Mother, do you mind not making so much noise in the morning? Your sister is still asleep. As my eyes adjust the light, I see my mother standing beside me. I look downwards and see my table lying on the floor. My alarm clock just next to it, broken into pieces. 母親に起こしてもらってんだ。いい部屋だね。I'm not cleaning that up. Just get ready for school and come downstairs. I made breakfast. My mother walks off. I don't think she's particularly happy. Well, I doubt many parents would be with their children, creating such a ruckus. Still, it wasn't my fault. I was half asleep for crying out loud. I pry myself away from the bed sheets and pick up the table and the broken alarm clock off the floor. I check what the clock once read and conclude it's almost 7 a.m. 7時。まだ結構余裕あるんじゃない？ Unfortunately, today is a Monday, so it's back to school with me. Although it's cliché, I'm not really looking forward to it. It's that I dislike it, but you'd think after transferring here, things should have been a lot more lively. 転校したばかりなんだね。So far, nothing out of the ordinary has happened. So I can really expect life to be like that. This isn't a manga after all. これはビジュアルノベルだから大丈夫だよ。Opening my drawers, I pull out my uniform. It's still as good as new. I haven't had much time to wear it in. I've only been here a week. まだ越してきてから1週間しか経ってないんだね。Onana International School。インターナショナルスクール。英語で授業をやるところだよね。よく聞くけど。The uniform is quite generic. I was expecting something more prestigious. I guess this is still Japan after all. 日本が舞台なんだ。日本のインターナショナルスクールが舞台だから、英語で喋ってても不思議はない。無理のない設定なんだね。Even though I've lived here all my life, my mother was dead set on sending me here. 母親が死んだのかと思って。そうじゃないんだ。ママ母なのかと思って。そうじゃない。ここに死ぬほどここに送りたかったってことだ。She's not a native, so she at least wanted me to connect with her side of the family. Despite her premise that getting in touch with my Anglican heritage, 何 Anglican って was a good idea. The school isn't even English, it's Welsh. イギリス系なんだね。ウェルシュ系なんだね。ウェールズ系なんだ。I'm pretty sure that's a country north of England. I don't think there's much difference anyway. After finishing doing up my blazer, I hear a shout from downstairs. Son, your breakfast will go cold at this rate. You may as well let me have yours if you can't waste it. Father, letting out a sigh, I close the door to my room and head to join my parents. ずいぶんドアの大きさに違いがある。ここは地下室なのかな。Reaching the dining room, my mother and father greet me with warm smiles. Maybe maybe not so much my mother. I still think she's pretty pissed. My father gives an empty chair, hearty slap, still smiling all the while. Sit down, my son. We have a hefty breakfast your mother would approve of. Of course I would. I made it after all. In front of me sits a traditional English breakfast. Eggs, toast, beans, sausage, and the like. I don't think I can eat all of this. これが西洋式の朝食なんだね。卵、トースト、豆、ソーセージって感じなんだ。コーンフレークじゃないんだね。コーンフレークはアメリカか。ウェールズはなんか卵スクランブルエッグみたいなやつなのかな。The empty chair is pulled out from beside me. I guess my sister finally woke up. 妹がいるっつってたね。When it comes to Nana mornings, she's not very talkative or noticeable to say the least. I'm sure she'll wire up later though. Father. Ah yes, my beautiful family has gathered at last. My sister acknowledged my father with a quick glance and starts eating her breakfast in silence. 思春期なのかな。Tell me, Hiro, how are your studies? What the lefty fever said? The school is private and teaches a foreign curriculum, so tuition fees are quite large. 私立のインターナショナルコールはめちゃくちゃ授業料が高いんだって。お金持ちの一家なんだな、きっと。Luckily, my father can pay for it, and it's only for my final year. It's going okay. The initial buzz of it were off after the Saturday. I guess it's like a normal school, not much difference from the ones here in Japan. I did have an experience at the traditional Japanese high school, but due to our relocation to Tokyo, I had to transfer. If there was one noticeable comparison, it's the students. Most of them aren't natives, and a lot more are quite full of themselves. Even I'm only half Japanese. Really? That much for normal school? What was the point of the fee then? You want our son to have the best education possible, right? And he's closer to my side of the family. Reasonable. Tell me this though, son. Have you been speaking to any girls at least? Are you really asking him that? 女の子のことをね、尋ねてくる。父親ね。鬱陶しいね。Both my parents engaged in a stare off. Things like this happen all the time. For them, this is only a bit of banter. Checking the clock on the wall, I realize I'm a bit behind the schedule. I give my family a farewell and head towards the door. Wait, the clock is... I hear my sister say something just as I leave, though she doesn't chase after me to tell me. なんだろう、髪の毛に目覚まし時計絡まってたのかな。It was strange to hear her at this time of day, but I guess I can fret about it now. ちょこちょこ単語わかんないんだよな。I continue on the journey. I'm only just getting used to. 日本の景色だ。The street leading to the school is particularly empty. Only a couple of locals are walking by and the number of students is quite low. Checking my watch, I realized that I had left considerably early. I guess the clock at home was a bit fast. A faint noise distracts me from my list. Ep. ヒロインが出た。Ahead of me is a female student, presumably from my school, picking up the contents of her bag off the floor. I guess she dropped it. I consider helping her, but by the time I move my feet towards her, she has already finished and continues onwards to school. She rubs the back of her head and Her brides sway softly in the wind. あ、ブライズっていうのはこの三つ編みのことをブライズって言うんだよね。Just as I passed where she was standing, I noticed a small card on the floor. Instinctively, I picked it up. 遊戯王かな。マジック・ザ・ギャザリングかな。In my hand is a library card. 図書カードでした。With what I assume to be her name on it. セリットウェンセリットウェン Considering this is a Welsh school, I guess that's the origin of her name. I look up and she's nowhere in sight. Oh crap. Quickly setting myself off, I ran towards the entrance of the school. I just hope I can catch up to her. ちょっと耳を澄ませばみたいな感じだね。図書カード拾って、みたいな。で、音楽が関係してて。It doesn't take me long to get her in my sight. I call out to her. Serit when you drop this. Serit when turns around flustered, and I approach her with a rugged breath. Here you go. Thank you. She gives me a shy response as I hand her back the card. How did you know my name? It doesn't look like she's very comfortable with talking to me. It's on the card. Oh, it's pronounced Seri like a K. K はセリじゃないでしょ。ちょっと待って。It's pronounced Seri like a K. Seri like a K. ケリって読むのかな？ケリ like a K。多分ケリって読むのかな？ K。多分これで K って読むんだね。K。でいいのかな？ Sorry, my bad. Don't worry. Kelly still looks rather uneasy. I guess some people just aren't fluent socializing with others. Well, it's a good thing you got it back. We are both pretty early, so it would have taken a while for someone else to find it. By then, they probably would have given in lost and found. Thank you. She thanks me again, and her eyes are averted slightly away from my direction. The card is important to me. Maybe put in safer place. You don't risk losing it then. I know I don't have the right to tell her what to do with her stuff, but things like this are common sense. リボンめちゃくちゃでかいね。I use it a lot. It's easier for me to reach it quickly. 読書が好きなんだね。I guess she's an avid book fan. She must be quite smart. Or she just likes books. I decided to continue the conversation. What sort of books are you interested in? I guess everyone needs a hobby. セーブしとこう。I read variety. Well, that was a short answer. I wanna study literature. She looks at me as if she expects me to belittle her, though I completely deny her expectations. Sounds great. It's good to have something you're passionate about. Her lips move. I guess she can't stop herself from smiling. Moving my feet again, I set off towards the entrance of the school, turning around to face Kelly before I make any sufficient progress. It's still early, but we should still go to class. It's a bit cold after all. You're right. 夏みたいに見えるけど、景色は。でも、この作中の中だと、まだ寒い時期だって言ってるから。春、2月、1月ぐらいなのかな。 I need to check what class I'm in. She doesn't know what class she's in. School started a week ago. 4月か。4月の中旬ぐらいかな。Don't tell me she has amnesia. Kelly shyly passes me and heads towards the school and I follow suit, heading towards my class. I guess she was a pretty interesting person. なるほどね。わあ、大学みたいななんか机だね。一人一人席じゃないんだ。ここら辺ちょっとインターナショナルな感じがするね。この黒板。Classes are well underway and the class is filled with a widespread sense of It's a Monday after all and lunch is just around the corner. Does anyone really want to learn about the structure of the inner mitochondrial membrane right before lunch? I lean back in my chair and stare down at my notes, which are just a little more than scribbles on a spare page. In the end, I can really say I expected anything different when transferring here. After all, the basic principles of teaching are the same wherever you are. そうなの？インターナショナルスクールってそういう感じなの？ちょっと行ってみたいけどね。There's no reason as to why this school would be any different. Those extra language lessons are a pain in the ass. Just as I let out a small but definitely noticeable yawn, the teacher glares sharply in my direction. Teacher, bored are you, Hiro? No, sir. Oh, that's a surprise. How about you answer the question at the bottom of page 3 then? I look at the closed book on my desk and realize what the teacher is referring to. I definitely haven't done a good job at pretending to work. Still, I obligingly turn to page 3. Moving my eyes towards the bottom of the page, I find a question that's somewhat relevant to what I managed to hear during the lesson. すごい。What is the space between the two mitochondrial membranes called? 細胞液. Is that the matrix? No, that's a bit inside. Well, boy, do you have an answer? ミトコンドリアのなんか細胞壁の隙間にあるものって言ってる？インターメンブレンスペース。知らねえ。これがペルソナだったらさ、間違えるとステータス下がっちゃう。無理か。Looking across to the opposite page, I spot the diagram of a mitochondrion with a nicely labeled arrow showing me the answer. Intermembrane space, huh? The confidence in my voice, or more likely, the fact I got the answer right, seems to have left my teacher surprised. Ah, well done, Hiro. I guess you were paying attention after all. I certainly wasn't. The teacher continues on with the lesson, leaving me to lean back in my chair once again. This time, I try not to yawn. Soon enough, class ends, and I trail behind the mass gathering to exit the room. The crowd slowly shifts. The class only has about 30 people in it anyway. 友達いないのまだ。I stagger behind the other students residing in the corridor and make my way at the cafeteria. ご飯はカフェで食べんだね。Chatter radiates from the waves of people in the cafeteria. I weave my way through those standing ground and people walking in the opposite direction. The line is long as always. Unlike most schools, the food here is actually quite good, so naturally it's in a high demand. I join this queue of students left finished by the morning lessons. Time slows as the line slowly inches forward. All of this for sandwich. I know, mate. They are lush, aren't they? Made with 100% Welsh beef. That's what they say anyway. I find it hard to believe they would import that stuff to Japan just for this one school. Eventually, I'm the one gauging at what's on the offer at the counter. To be honest, the guy was right. The beef here sure is lush. It's quite a prestigious school. ウェルシュのステーキ美味しいんだ。I buy the sandwich and stuff. It's in my bag. This place is quite packed, so I doubt I'll find a place to sit down. Just as I'm about to leave, I spot the table that's actually empty. Well, almost. I notice someone familiar eating by herself. Ah, it's that girl from earlier. Kay, wasn't it? I wonder if I should approach her. I hardly know her, but kinda wanna sit down. It's cold outside. 近づかないと話が進まないな。You know what? I may as well approach her. She's alone after all. でもね、グループ作ってない女生徒っていないんじゃないかな。現実世界だと。みんな大抵グループ作ってるよね。2人、3人。少なくても2人。1人で過ごしてる女生徒ってあんまりいないよね。いや、待って、でもインターナショナルスクールだからそういうこともあるのかもな。She's alone after all. I've been in the situation plenty of times this past week. I know her. I know how it feels. One step at a time, I make my way over to the table. Her silky braids gently rest by her side, and unlike before, her braids only move due to her actions. As I draw closer, she takes notice of my presence and directs her head towards me. She hesitates to speak, but I planned on taking the initiative from the beginning. Hi, Kay, it's me from earlier. I don't think I ever got the chance to introduce myself. I try my best to avoid sounding nervous. Walking up to a girl sitting by herself is pretty noticeable to everyone else in the hall. My name is Hiro. Hello, thanks for earlier. She's still pretty on edge. Perhaps I should just apologize to her and make a quick retreat. I'm sorry for walking up to you so suddenly. Don't worry, I don't normally have people to eat with, so I'm glad. She abruptly stopped speaking after giving me a sign of gratitude. Her cheeks turn a rosy shade of red, and she directs her eyes away from me. 照れたんだね。I guess she's embarrassed. It did strike me as odd as to why she's alone. Aside from her lack of self-confidence, she seems like a fairly nice person. 自己肯定感が低いんだ。Okay. I had an illness. あ、病気なんだ。何の病気なんだろうね。She goes straight on to why she's so alone. なんか感染する病気なのかな。だから一人なのかな。コロナとかそういう系。She goes straight on to why she's so alone. I never asked her, but I'm glad she thinks of me as close enough to explain to me, even though we've just met. So, oversharing. Given that she seems to introverted, maybe I am the only person that is. For a while, I was immobilized. 何 immobilized って。As recently last week. 入院してたってことかな。Is that why she told me earlier that she needed to find out what class she was in? Her face continues to grow to deeper shades of red. Maybe I should converse with her to ease her explanation. Though with her personality, I don't know if it's actually help. I can understand, I guess. I'm new here, so I don't really have anyone to eat with. It's not really as relatable as an illness though. I kinda regret opening my mouth hers though. Continues moving her lips gently, let out her unstable speech patterns. I've been here since last year. That's actually a pretty sad thought. If she's been here this long, how come she's this alone? Even with an illness, you'd expect her friends will still speak to her afterwards. 1年間もずっと一人でご飯食べてんの。よく学校来れるよね。Though I am making assumptions, for all I know, she could be good friends with a classmate that just doesn't eat in school or is absent. My gut feeling goes with my former conclusion in spite of the idea. She delicately twirls the hair at the tip of her bride nervously during the lag times of our conversation. I can't really think of anything to say, so I decided to do something instead. It's bold, but I tear a sheet of paper from one of my books and scribble my phone number on it. かっこいい。教科書破って電話番号書いて。If you ever need anyone to keep you company, then you can call me anytime. Or if you see me around school, just say hi. I doubt she'll do either anyway. To downplay the forwardness of my actions, I think of the cheesiest quote I can and continue speaking. Birds of a feather flock together. 何それ You're giving me your number? Though her voice is quiet, I can still sense she's a bit shaken up. I thought giving it to her would be acceptable in this day and age. People practically depend on their phones now. Still, giving your number to someone of the opposite sex will probably remain direct for years to come. Thank you. 電話番号渡すのって結構そういうあれなんだね。積極的なアプローチに入っちゃうんだね。そういう英語圏でも。For some reason で今はさ、電話番号じゃなくてそういう LINE とかのセミ個人情報みたいなのの交換するのが最初のコミュニケーションの一歩って感じだよね。For some reason, she thanks me. Her pale fingers reach out towards her back, and she gently takes out a rather pink and cute-looking phone. I didn't know anyone still used phone straps. 携帯ストラップ懐かしいな。スマートフォンになってから誰もつけなくなったよね。で、つける場所ないからね。But, 何これ Daffodil charm swings in the air as she enters my number, her body shaking slightly all the while. You are the first in the non-relative section. Finishing her sentence with a smile, she gazes at me. I smile back, of course, which in itself takes me a bitter courage, but her eyes quickly dart away to break out state of eye contact. She goes red again, and her mouth is slightly ajar, leaving her lips to glisten as the sunlight enters from the windows beside us. ロマンチックになってるね。すごいロマンチックだね。The chimes of the bell resonate throughout the room. I guess it's time to get prepared to go to class again. Kay stands and shyly looks towards me as if expecting me to say something, which luckily for her I do. I enjoy speaking to her, even if she doesn't say very much. Like I said, feel free to contact me anytime. Though right now, I guess we should head back to class. Okay. She trots along by my side, slightly behind me, probably to keep her blushing face hidden, I guess. She seems to have a habit of going red. あ、そういう病気なんじゃない？赤面症なのかな？ We part ways when I reach my classroom, with her giving me a hardly audible farewell once we do. 帰ってきた。インターナショナルスクールか。いいね。The wooden chair behind my back is rigid and sticks into me, causing slight discomfort. My eyes dart across the pages before me, looking for any information that could make my life easier. I hate homework. I hate home and homework. Words echo around the room as I speakこれなんて読むんだっけsolemnly to myself. I thought that it'd be easier to just copy the answers straight from the textbook, but apparently they are not here. ChatGPT を使えばいいんだ。This heavy workload, however, seemed to compensate for the rather tranquil day at school. I did meet someone interesting though. The blossom of rose on her cheeks, her silky golden hair, and her hushed voice. Carrie's presence will be minuscule by many, but I can't get her off of my mind. Hiro, dinner's almost ready. Calls from my mother reach my ear as I just about gave up on my homework. It's not due for another week anyway, so I close the book and haphazardly toss it back on the shelf. The smell of cooking guides my way towards my door, but just as I am about to leave my room, something stops me. My cell phone chimes and vibrates slightly on my desk, leaving me to consider who might be calling. K か。If you ever need anyone to keep you company, then you can call me anytime. Or if you see me around school, just say hi. 早くない電話してくるの。その日のうちにかかってくるんだね。っていうかまだスマホじゃないのかなきっとこの時代背景。テキストっていう概念がないのかなまだ。でもあったよね。ガラケーの頃にも。That's right. I gave Kelly my number, didn't I? I wasn't really expecting her to call me, but I guess she was probably checking that I wasn't giving her fake number as a joke. Hiro, are you coming? I'll be down in a minute. Probably not a minute, but it shouldn't be that long. I might just tell Kay to call me back, but the least I can do is answer the phone. スマホだ。I pick up the device from my desk and answer the call. Kay breaches through the speaker, her nervousness all too apparent, even through a mobile call. Hello, Kelly. Hello. I wanted to see if you'd answer. Exactly what I was expecting. Kelly's voice seems a lot clear, and the nervousness I had once heard is pretty much gone. Is it because she isn't speaking to me in person? 電話だと人格が変わるんだ。Of course I'd answer. I have you my number, didn't I? You did? Thank you. You didn't think it was a fake, did you? Eh? I teased her about it. To be honest, if she gave me the number, I'd probably think it was a fake too. That is, if she wasn't too timid anyway. If her personality was different, she'd probably be pretty popular. Don't worry, I'm only teasing. Oh. Teasing a girl I just met. She was pretty abnormal, but I can't deny her response was adorable. You seem fairly relaxed. I call her out on the contrast of her speech patterns. I already know the answer, but I just want to show her that she can speak to people clearly if she just tries. I find it easier speaking to people by the phone. そう、電話の方が逆に緊張するけどね。実際に会って話すより。I'm sorry if it seems rude. No, it's fine. I call my father a lot. She did say I was her first non-relative contact. 家族以外の初めての連絡先。だったんだね、ヒロの電話番号。I really wanted to speak to you. Started to flare up again. The concept of calling someone from school is still probably quite foreign to her. Hiro, your dinner will go cold at this rate. I get another shout from the dining room. By now my family has probably started eating without me. 家族でご飯食べる習慣があるんだね。It's quite a traditional thing in this house for everyone to eat together. I'll have to tell Kay to call me back. I'd like to speak to you too, but do you think you can call me back? Probably in about half an hour. 家族でご飯食べるの本当に嫌だったな。本当に嫌だった。顔合わせないようにしてた。顔合わせないようにできるだけ。自分で買ってきてご飯あるのに自分で買ってきて食べてたな。懐かしいな。My dinner is ready and my mother is being quite persistent about it. でも高校生ぐらいの時ってみんなそうじゃないですか。そうだと思うんだけどな。Oh, okay. Kay sounds a bit dejected about it, but there's nothing I can do. My mother is quite strict at times, and she'll probably scold me for ignoring her if I don't go now. Kay and I bid temporarily farewells and I head downstairs, leaving the phone on my desk. An aromatic smell hits my nostrils as I enter the dining room. 3 pairs of eyes are looking in my direction. Seems my family are well into their meals. 何食ってんだ? Finally decided to join us, brother. My little sister gives me a cheeky remark as I pull out a chair next to her and sit down to feast upon my now a lukewarm meal. I'm too lazy to microwave it. How was school? You went about an hour early, didn't you? You knew about that. I did tell you the clock was broken before you left. それを言いたかったのね。Oh, so that's what she was trying to tell me. You can hardly call it before I left. I was out the door at that point. Well, the extra school is good for your brother. Don't tell him about it next time. My father lets out an exuberant laugh as I continue eating. I don't think he realizes that no matter what time I get at school, classes don't start until they are scheduled to. In retrospect, I did get something out of going to school early today, so I would have met Kay otherwise. 早起きは三問の得って言うからね。That reminds me, son, have you met any fit girls? I asked you at breakfast and I didn't hear your response. That's because it was a stupid question. Interrupting my father just as she did before, my mother joined the conversation. Perhaps I should actually give him an answer. He won't stop asking me otherwise. There's someone. Not really. No, I have in my computer for that sort of. 悲しいな。悲しい。これが真実だね。これがたった一つの真実なんだ。I can make myself say something like that in front of my family, even though it's true in a way. The other option is telling my father about Kay, which is something I'm not keen on either. Don't worry, son. You win? The face is the only answer I'll ever need. The look on your face, I know what it means. Go get her, son. うるさいんだよ、もうほんと。気持ち悪いよね。両親がさ、なんかそういう恋愛を応援してくるのって気持ち悪い。My father gives me a サマーウォーズとか見てて本当に気持ち悪いんだよね。この感覚わかるかな。でもそれがきっと世間のは常識なんだろうな。それに合わせよう、ちゃんとね。大多数の意見にちゃんと合わせていかないと生きづらいから。長いものには巻かれていかないと。My father gives me a thumbs up from across the table, and my mother bats him a scornful expression. He's not a pervert like you. You don't have to listen to him, Hiro. A clean plate sits in front of me as I finish up the remnants of my meal. I wanna leave the room quickly so I don't have to face any more questions. My father might conjure up. I stand up from the chair, moving to the sink to quickly wash my dish. The thought of Kay lingers on my mind as I leave the room and make my way step by step up the stairs. It's not unreasonable to suggest that I could end up in the sort of relationship with her. There's no sign of her having any friends aside from myself, and she's pretty attractive to be honest. Letting my mind wander like this isn't good. It's too early to think about developing my relationship with her. We only just met this morning. 早すぎるよね、展開が。On the topic of Kay, I need to call her back in a minute. Waiting for her to call again isn't an efficient use of time. Swinging it open, the door to my room cracks as I enter. My eyes shift towards my desk and I reach out for my phone. Okay. Clutching the phone in my hand, I redial the last number that called and Carrie's number appears on the screen. It doesn't take long for her to pick up. I wonder if she was waiting for me. It was pretty quick answer. Hello. Hey Kay. Where were we? We weren't really talking about anything. That's right. We weren't really talking about anything in particular before. How about we talk for a bit then? About what? Kate's shutter flares up again. It's kinda cute, but I don't really tell her that. What am I saying? What about hobbies? Hobbies? Yeah, I know you like literature, but is there anything else you like? Kay pauses for a brief moment and the sounds of her breathing flows out of the speaker beside my ear. I like the harp. Harpy. The harp? You mean the instrument? Yes, I can play it. So she can play the harp. That reminds me. So it's like the school's logo then? The harp. It's a classical Celtic instrument. あ、そうなんだ。ハープってケルティックなんだ。ケルトなんだ。ギリシャっぽいけどね。ケルトなんだ。ケルトって北欧のヨーロッパの方だよね。違うか。ケルトは違うね。イギリスの北の方か。多分。ハープってそこで生まれたんだ。Must be it. I'm sure Wales is a Celtic country. What about yours? My what? Your hobbies. She wants to know my hobbies. Well, I did ask her the question after all. The problem is though that I can't really think of anything that I'd consider a hobby. There's nothing notable. Oh, would you like to borrow one of my books? Sharing a hobby with her wouldn't be a bad thing. I guess I could give it a go. Sure, you can lend me one you like. Okay. Will you meet me at lunch so I can give it to you? Yeah, that's fine. 何の本くれるんだろうね。ハリーポッターかな。Thinking back on what my father. でもなんかウェルシュ、ケルトの何からなのかな。ケルトの有名な本って何だろう。ケルト神話か。ラグナロクとかだよね。ラグナロクとか、オーディーンがなんとかとか、そういう感じでしょ。 あ、それギリシャ神話か。Thinking back on what my father had soiled before, I can definitely say that I like Kay, though. In what way, it's hard to tell. It's not unreasonable to say that there's a possibility she's kinda sweet after all, though. I don't know. I shouldn't really think about it now. Thank you. I promise you'll enjoy reading it. I imagine Kay putting a cute smile to match the enthusiasm she put into that statement. She must really have a passion for reading, beyond wanting to study literature. I'm looking forward to it. I hear a voice that isn't Kate's coming from the end of the line. I guess someone must be calling up to her. Sorry, Hiro. My father is calling me for dinner. Don't worry, I left for dinner earlier. You go and have yours. I'll see you at school tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. Goodbye. Bye. The line falls silent as Kate hangs up and I place the phone back down on my desk once again. For the first time this past fortnight, I'm actually looking forward to going to school. Kay and I have seemed to have developed quite a good friendship within just the course of a day. It's quite surprising, really. すごい、まだ1日だよ。1日でこんなに話が進んじゃうんだ。As I return to the sheet by my desk, I peer at the sprawl of papers I had left lying before me. All right, I was doing homework. There's nothing else I can think of doing, so I reach up to the shelf where I had left my workbook and continue on with the task I was doing. If I get it out of the way now, maybe I'll have more time later in the week to speak with Kate again. もうそれがモチベーションになってるんだ。宿題早く終わらしてケイと話したいっていうね。下心があるんだね。そういう気持ちは大事だよね、でも。A breeze rustles my coat as I approach the school gates. In construct with yesterday, I'm actually here at the right time. The sounds and sights of other students fill my mind as I move swiftly to get it to homeroom. The mornings this time of year are very cold, but I expect it to be a lot warmer this far south. Dispelling the idle thoughts in my head, one thing sure is missing. The presence of Kay. I kinda walked to school with her yesterday, so I thought I'd see her here again today. Though I guess for her, it wasn't a mistake that she came so early. She told me to meet her at lunch, so she could give me a book, didn't she? Sure, it's something to look forward to. My timetable lesson don't look very promising, so it'll give me something to think about until then. 何の本貸してくれんだろうね。楽しみだな。パルプノワールだといいな。ジム・トンプソンかな。チャールズ・ブコウスキーかな。The half-full classroom is split between those enrolled to begin lessons and何これ apathetic slackers who just wanna get it over with. I shifted my desk and joined the later group. Burnouts ってやつだね。Dust shimmers as sunlight enters through the window. One by one, more students enter the class as the clock on the wall creeps towards 8 o'clock. My mind wanders onto the thoughts of Kay once more. Where am I supposed to find her? When the lunch bell rings? 同じクラスじゃないんだもんね。The most reasonable place would be the cafeteria. That's where I found her yesterday. 大抵漫画だとさ、一番後ろの席の隣同士になってんだよね。てか 100% そうだよね。大抵同じクラスでさ。授業中にイチャつくっていうそういうパターンだよね。あれも不思議だよな。良識美だよね。Or maybe not. I doubt she'd be comfortable giving me a present in front of a crowd of people, even if it's just a book. I lean back against the chair as I typically would, and slowly watch the clock spin and spin as lessons go by, waiting for the lunch bell to arrive. 相当楽しみにしてんだね。Stretching my arms, I look up at the clock to check if the sound I just heard wasn't a hallucination. I don't have a schizophrenia as far as I'm aware. People are definitely getting up and leaving the classroom, likely heading towards the cafeteria. Some do stay behind. I guess various Japanese high school customs still stick, even in a foreign school. どういうこと？ガリ勉野郎がいるってこと？それを言いたいの？ The curriculum may be different, but the attitude of the students certainly isn't. Standing up, I trail behind everyone else to leave the room. Looks like I'm the last person to leave. The corridor isn't the only thing that greets me as I step outside. これ、本ね。結構分厚いよ。これは結構でかい本だね。何の本だろう。卒業アルバムみたいに見えるけど。卒業アルバムじゃないよね。この本、なんだろう。聖書かな。聖書渡してくる女の子ってちょっとやばいけどね。Here you go. I promise to give it to you. Before me stands Kay, basking in the sunlight. A book is held out in her hands and practically shoved into my chest. びっくりした。めちゃくちゃアップになったね。Her face is red, up to for the situation. I'm pretty sure mine is too. ロマンチックだね。青春だね。The blossom of embarrassment on her cheeks is a cute sight. She seems to be reluctant to make eye contact though. 近い。どこまで近づくんだこれ。It's only better for me, as I get to look at my glint of my own reflection in her amber eyes. こんなに顔まじまじ見たら失礼だよね。Thanks. アイコンタクトにも程があるね。The book itself looks fairly worn, judging by the condition of the pages. She must have read this quite a few times. 使い込まれた本なんだ。なんだろう、古文書なのかな？ I'm only borrowing it, so she probably wants to read it again in the future. You're welcome. 友達から借りた本ってほんと気を使うよね。ページ折っちゃったりとかさ、表紙になんかジュースこぼしちゃったりするとさ、ほんとどうしようってなっちゃう。借りたくないよね。友達のさ、大切にしてる本絶対借りれないな。怖いもんな。傷つけるのが。You're welcome. 借りたね。It's one of my favorites, so I hope you enjoy it. なんだろう。何の本だろう。かな。セリーヌかな。セリーヌ。なし崩しの詩かな。なんか全集これぐらいのサイズだった気がする。字がめちゃくちゃ小さいんだよな。She lightly exclaims the facts and I take the book from her. The title is embossed on cover. なんだろう。As opposed to fancy design or sleeve. 星の王子様とかかな。それにしては分厚いな。わかんない。It must be a fairly old print, despite its blemishes. She seems to have taken quite good care of it. なんだろう、同人誌なのかなもしかして。この子が書いた同人誌なのかな。二次創作かもしれないね。刀剣乱舞の二次創作かもしれないね。人に読ませるっていうのはすごいけど。しかも自分のお気に入りだって自分で言ってるからね。すごく自信があるんでしょうね。Once again, I look at Kate's cute profile. She still holds a brush, which suits her all too well. An adorable trait of hers. Her breath is still rugged with nervousness. I watch her chest moving inwards and out as she regains control of her breathing. So I quickly look away after I realize how perverse the action is. 本当だよ。How about we go get some lunch then? We can keep standing around here. I slip the book into my bag carefully and invite Kay to join me for lunch. Sure, I'd love to. 何の本か気になるんだよな。Kay slightly jitters as we both head down the corridor towards the cafeteria as I spend my second lunch break of the week with her. No doubt I can get used to this though. I feel as if I already am. もう学校終わったんだ。早っ。Noise resonates through the walls of my room as I hear my sister blasting some foreign pop music, all also speaking to her friends on the phone. I will go in there and tell her to quiet down, but I'm too lazy to do so. After enjoying a nice lunch break with Kay, despite neither of us really saying anything, the remaining classes were rather dull and uninteresting. The only thing that really kept me going was the thoughts of Kay, as dodgy as that sounds. I look to the right. Beside me sits the book Kay had given me earlier. Reading it now would give me something to do, but I don't think I could make it that far into it. It's quite late and I still have some work left to do, so I'm reminded of Kate's flustered face as she presented it to me. It really meant a lot to her. Giving it a read couldn't hurt, could it? Read a book. Skim through it. 読まずにさ、Google でさ、要約だけ検索して、これ面白かったよって言って返そうか。それだと多分バッドエンドになりそうだね。Amazon でさ、レビューだけ読んで、何の本か気になる。ベストエンド1周目でいけちゃうかな。 The book is fairly thin. ちょっと休憩させてください。The book is fairly thin, so it'll still take me until tomorrow night at the earliest to finish it. That's if I can read it fast enough. So, if Kelly asks me about it tomorrow, at least I'll have something to talk to her about. Grasping the book, I open the cover and begin reading it page by page. The theme of it is quite apparent, even before the end of the first chapter. It's a love story. The book suits Kay pretty well. 予想したのは、ハクスレーの新世界だったんですけど、ラブストーリーじゃないからね。外れちゃったかな。待って、でもサイファイって書いてあるな。It would be weird if the book was a sci-fi novel or something. Episode like a guide on dog grooming. やっぱハクスレーじゃない？ Does she even have a dog? I don't know. 動物農場か。Soon enough, I find myself at the end of the second chapter. So far, it's been fairly interesting. Definitely something different than what I was expecting from a love story. I should probably make a few mental notes of what I've read so far, just to give us something to talk about. She doesn't really converse that much. I wanna talk with her more. I set the book down beside me. Wait one sat. My body twists as I slipped out of the space between the chair and my desk. For once, I should probably get to dinner early. 読みふけったんだね。The path to school has now become quite familiar, now that I've had 2 weeks to remember it. A mild gust blows leaves across along the pavement, and I watch them get tossed around without direction. Just as I stand to cross the street, I feel a gently tap on my shoulder. Looking to my side, the person I've been wanting to see the most recently stands before my eyes, a sight to behold.
Good morning.
Good morning, Hiro. Kay greets me, her lips curling up slightly into a delicate smile. Good morning, Kay. インターナショナルスクールもさ、制服あるんだね。なんか自由、私服でいいっぽいけど。As the light turns green, we both walk harmoniously across. It's not really a surprise for me to meet Kay here. I'm pretty sure she did share part of the walk to school with me. This is where I first met her after all. So, how are you today? Kay? I throw the question out there, try and make conversation. I enjoy being with her, but getting her to speak up more will make the experience a lot better. I'm good, thank you. What about you? I'm good as well. Kay smiles at my answer. I guess knowing that your friends are in a good spirits is a happy thought. As I take occasional glances to my side, I seem to notice Kay slightly looking in my direction from time to time as well. チラチラ見てくるんだ。She turns her head whenever I spot her. Does she want to ask me something? 本のことについて聞きたいんでしょ Anything on your mind? It seems that I caught her off guard. I wanted to know, can I walk to school with you more often? She wants to walk to school with me? The question seems pretty bold for her, but I oblige. Sure thing. Kay smiles and nods her head cheerfully. I can't deny wanting to walk to school with her as well. I look at my watch to check the time. It's almost a quarter to 8. 8時45分ってこと Shall we meet where we met today then? At 7:35? That's good with me. So it's settled down then. From today onwards, I'll be meeting and walking with a girl on the way to school. It's not something I expected to happen, but I can't complain. In fact, I'm happy. We pass through the school gates and towards the main building. Both of us stopping to part ways. I'll see you later then, Kay. Lunch, right? Sure. Lunch it is. I head down the path towards my class. なんか最初から両思いだよね、この人たち。なんか障害がないよね。いいんだけど。With my plans for the day pretty much settled. スムーズにいってるね。選択肢が合ってたからかな。The lunch bell stops ringing just as I make my way out of the classroom. Our teacher let us out early. I'm pretty sure she's as enthusiastic about the lessons as we are. I move through the corridor and unsurprisingly find someone waiting for me. Hello. Hey Kay, shall we get going to the cafeteria then? Can we stop by the library first? I need to return book. She wants to go to the library? I'm not against it. I wasn't really that hungry anyway. Yeah, sure. Speaking of books, I started reading the book you gave me. I've really been liking it so far. That's good. Kay smiles and turns her head in my direction. Would you like to go to the library with me? She sounds anxious, even more so than normal. I thought we were already going to the library. Not this one. どういうこと The one in the city. ああ。町の図書館ってことか。She wants to go to the city with me? Sure. I can't keep myself from shuddering. Moments ago, Kay had just invited me out to the city. That's quite a direct thing to be asking someone she's only been friends with for mere days. 距離感バグってんだね。Kay holds a deep blush on her cheeks, and I too can't keep myself from getting a bit tense. Thank you. We walk down the corridor in unison. Only our footsteps audible. We keep a state of silence between us. 二人の世界だな、本当に。他の登場人物出てこない。ヒロイン一人だけっていうね。いいよね。シンプルでいいね。だからなんだっけ。なんか末期がんの女の子と一緒にドライブに行く話。あれを彷彿とさせますよね。なんだっけ。ナルキッソスみたいなね。感じかな。病気だしね。ヒロイン。Stepping through the door of my house, I am greeted by a sense of warmth, both in a physical and metaphorical sense. The heater is turned up pretty high, but my mother had seen me entering and greeted me. How was school, son? It was good, I guess. It wasn't just good. I know for a fact that it was good. I practically bagged a date with Kay in a sense, so I don't think she sees it that way. I've only known her for 2 days, so there's no point in getting jitty about it. That's great to hear. My mother wanders off and continues up the stairs to carry on with whatever it is she was doing. I take off my shoes and stroll into the lounge with a slump. あ、初めてリビング見た。One thing about school is that its shy is pretty tiring. Ahead of me sits my father lying back in his chair, reading a book. He lifts his head and peers towards me, giving me a prodigious grin. Hello, my boy. Seems like you had a pleasant day at school, am I right? The smiles on your face tells me everything, you know. No doubt he spotted my upbeat aura. It's not as if I was trying to hide it. You could say I had a nice day. Tell me then, son. I need to know. 父親、家帰ってくるの早くない？リストラされてんのかな？ He sets his book down on the floor beside him and sits forward to engage himself in our conversation. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just going somewhere with a friend on the weekend. I say the weekend, but Kay never gave me the date as to when she wanted to go. I'll just have to ask her. A friend? What sort of friend? Is it the girl? Straight on the girls as always. I can say that I've never considered the topic before. He'll just keep asking questions until he gets to see her. That's what I'll expect him to do anyway. The guy. 詮索されたくないからね。It's just a guy. We were just going to chill around town. Lying to him is the best possible way out of this. I don't really want him interfering with my business. You really need to make an effort, my boy. I want to see you bright a girl home in your arms one of these days. I refrain from replying to his statement and leave the room. I can still hear some of his ramblings, but eventually he settles down and gets back to his book. If it's one thing that keeps him quiet, it's his work. Renowned publishers have a lot of reading to do, so it's beyond question that he needs to concentrate. Light footsteps echo within my proximity as I clear my way up the stairs. I need to give Kay a call. Setting a date for our trip is important. Nothing's changed. It's still in the same messy state that it always have been in. I'm in my bedroom once again, and shortly I'll be on the phone with Kay for a second time this week. Just like everything else, my phone is where I left it. I pick it up and find Kay in my contact list and proceed with the call. The phone rings as I idly wait for her to pick up. Hello, Hiro. 通話代やばそうだよね。定額になってんのかな、ちゃんと。 通話代定額にしないとやばいよね。30秒で20円ぐらいかかるから。Kay answered the phone as I expected her to. It'll be weird if someone else did. I need to get straight to the point. そうで、通話代がさ、無駄になっちゃうから早く話し進めないと。We didn't come to an agreement as to when and where we are going to meet for our trip. All I know is that we are going to the library. Hey, Kay. How are you? I start with conversation with her. Speaking to her is something I enjoy doing. So when given a chance to embrace the opportunity, I'll certainly take it. I'm good. What about you? I'm good too. Especially since I get to speak to her. About our trip, we never made any plans, did we? Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm sorry. It's okay, really. Any particular day you are planning on going? I realized that I could just ask her tomorrow. Maybe I just wanted to hear her voice for one more time today. It's a beautiful melody. What about Saturday? Is that fine with you? Yeah, Saturday is good. What time should we meet? Could you meet me where we met on the way to school at 10 a.m.? Certainly. That's settled then. Kay and I will meet this Saturday. Our Saturdays are entirely free. We follow the British curriculum after all. Which is good, since we get to do things like this. I'll read you there. You just moved here, didn't you? I did. Thanks, Kay. I appreciate it. I would have followed her anyway. It was her idea to go. Plus, it's Kay. Why wouldn't I? Some muffled chords of Kay's name were audible in the background. As Kay remains in silence, she must still be a bit flustered after I thanked her. Sorry, I need to go to dinner. I don't think I'll be able to call you back. I hear her whimper through the end of the line. I guess she's as upset as I am having to end this call early and abruptly. Don't worry, Kay. We'll be meeting on the way to school tomorrow, yes? That's right. I'll see you then, Hiro. Bye, Kay. Bye. The line goes silent as Kay hangs up. With that done, I guess I'll have to find something to do. Hiro, dinner is ready. There we go. I need to go to dinner too. 正しいね。Was my parents sit at the dinner table, but it seems as if my sister hadn't made her way down yet. The girl sure is busy. Doesn't she have any respect? It's dinner time. A wonderful family bonding session. Leave her alone. She's busy with schoolwork. Don't you want her to do well in her studies? I do. Yes, you're right, darling. The pair crawled down on their sausages and mashed potatoes. I guess my mother cooked some traditional English food today. Hiro, I heard you were having a good time on the phone. Who are you speaking to? You are eavesdropping on me? 盗み聞きしたのかって言ってんのかな? I just heard a few things, that's all. Well, whatever you were saying, I'm glad you managed to make it to dinner's time. Because it's a wonderful family bonding session. That's right, boy. I'm glad you are finally learning. Unlike someone in this household, she's doing schoolwork. Oh yeah, I forgot. How this guy managed to run a company, I'll never know. 社長なの? すごいね。I continued to eat my food as my parents start discussing topics which aren't of any interest to me. My sister eventually makes her way downstairs and sits beside me at the table. Bangers and mash again? What's wrong with the traditional English food? I did travel there just for the women, you know? My mother laughed at my father's statement. Why can't we have curry? We have curry as often as we have this. I finish up the last of my meal and stand up in order to put my plate in the sink. With that done, I guess I have the rest of the day to do whatever I like. フリーゲームやろうじゃあ。After I finish my homework, anyway, I head towards the stairs again to retreat back up to my room. Before I make it, my sister calls out to me. Hiro, can you help me with some questions later? I don't really want to. Sure thing. これでもやってあげんだ。偉いね。Rays of Lights。そう、自分もゲームばっかりしてないで。Linux の勉強しないといけないんですけどね。まあいいか。Rays of Lights and the sound of chirping of birds enter my room as I pull back my curtain. Outside, the weather isn't anything short of what I asked for. Beautiful day, something which I can surely enjoy. It's still fairly early, according to my brand new alarm clock sitting at the side of my desk. Getting up at this time will usually give me a sore feeling. However, today, I have something to motivate me. デートの日でしょ。The sort of case silky brights 三つ編みフェチなのかなこの人は。Caressing her beautiful rose-tinted cheeks as she waits for me, basking in the sunlight. It's wonderful. Lately, she's had an alluring aura which I can find myself resisting. I'll be meeting her at 10, but I need to have some time to get ready and spruce myself up. She told me to give her the book today rather than at school. It's been a few days since I mentioned it. I assumed she would have wanted it as early as possible. Perhaps she just wanted two things to look forward to. No matter the reason behind it, my fingers tightened around it as I stared down at its cover. She may be excited to receive it, but I'm just as excited to give it to her. Footsteps echo out from behind me as the door to my room opens. I turn around to find my mother standing in the doorway. You are up early. Is there something special going on today? この人専業主婦なの？ずっと家にいるんだけど。Yeah, I'm meeting someone in town. Didn't that tell you? No, not that I can remember. If I did then, I didn't pay attention. You know how he gets. I would have thought she'd have been pretty instead to hear the details. Anyways, I've just about finished breakfast. You can tell me more about it then. Oh, and wake your sister up too. I just went in there, but she probably went straight back to sleep. It's a Saturday. Can she just let us sleep in? Most of the school kids in Japan are cute to have Saturday mornings free. We are just lucky since we go to school, which follows the curriculum of another country. Alright. I oblige anyway. I just to get my mother out of my room. It'll still take me a few minutes to get ready. Even though it's only 8 o'clock, I still wanna be set to get straight out of the door to see Kay as soon as possible. これどこだろうああ、2階か。After doing up my shoelaces, I walk out into the hall and give a knock on my sister's bedroom door. Get up. 妹はグラフィックすらないからね。Ooh, fine. The sounds of bed sheets being tossed about, along with me, moans of agony and despair, creep through the crack beside my feet. She really isn't a morning person. At least she's out of bed now. I head back down towards the end of the corridors and approach the descent to the ground floor. Time to have breakfast, something I rarely do on a Saturday. Toast. That's what I smell when sitting down at the dining table, ready to tuck in. It's not the most elegant of dishes. The concept of cooked bread is quite plain. 食パンなんてもうしばらく食べてないな、しかし。食パンの味も忘れちゃったもんね。食べなさすぎて。大抵も朝バナナか。何も食べないか。 水かって感じだもんね。トースト焼くのさえもうめんどくさくなってきちゃったよね。でもそう、ほんと食べた方がいいんだろうね。You cannot compare to a fulfilling traditional English breakfast, but a slice of toast is certainly fine every now and then. この本場のトーストっていうのはなんかつけて食べるのがさ、本場なのかな。そのままかじるのが本場なのかな。ジャムつけたりとかいろいろありますけどね。名古屋に行くとトーストにさ、バターとあんこ塗って食べるんだよね。名古屋モーニング。名古屋名物。あんこパン。チーズとか塗るのかな、イギリスの人は。羊の乳みたいなのを塗るのかな。羊いっぱいいるもんね。人間より羊の方が多いんじゃないかな。You can, で My sister soon joins me, scraping the chair across the hardwood floor next to me. She apathetically examines the toast before her, putting it in her mouth soon after, a move which bars her from joining the typical morning commotion. So, Hiro, who are you meeting then? It's probably the friend he was talking about yesterday. He's going to chill with him, apparently. So I see. My father goes back to eating his toasts. However, my mother continues to converse with me. I'm glad you're making more friends, Hiro. As if she couldn't make me sound like any more over longer. A quick glance at the clock on the wall tells me it's approaching 9:45. I ought to set off. I don't have to leave this early, since it's only a short walk away from my house. However, getting to see Kay for just a little bit longer will probably do me some good. I bet she'll be there early too. I wave goodbye to my parents, both of whom continue to eat their fucking breakfast and discuss tribal topics which don't necessarily concern me. A cold breeze meets my face as I open the door and step out into the world. もうこれ、ベストエンドじゃない？これ以上何があるんだろう。Soon enough, in my sight, I catch Kate's blonde braids swirling softly in the wind as she twiddles with her thumbs and waits for me. She hasn't noticed me approaching yet, but she soon will. I don't think I'll be able to cover her eyes and surprise her. As I approach her, something weird is made apparent. She's still wearing her school uniform, even though it's a Saturday. それしか服がないんだろうね。I have to admit, it does look good on her, but I was hoping to see her wearing something casual. Maybe I should ask her about it. 制服、なんで制服着てんのかね。っていうかさ、土日も結構なんか制服姿の人いっぱい見るけどさ、あの人たちは何なんだろうね。部活だったらジャージで行くでしょ？なんか制服着てる人いっぱいいる気がするんだよな、土日も。あの人たちは何なんだろうね。コスプレなのかな？それとも、好きで着てるのかもね。やっぱ制服って、さ、万能だからね。変な私服着るよりかは制服で姿でいた方が、かっこいい、かわいいみたいなのがあるんじゃないの？そういう人なのかな？あるいは着替えるのがめんどくさくて、同じ制服ずっと着てるだけなのかもね。制服のまま着て、制服のまま寝て、そのまま朝を迎えて、で、ここまで来たみたいな。そういうことかもしれないね。結構着崩してるしね、この人。She turns her head towards my direction and finally takes notice of me, looking visibly startled, even though I'm still nowhere near her yet. My hand glides through the wind as I wave to her, slowly but surely making my way beside her. Hey, Kay.
Hello?
Hello, Hiro. How long have you been waiting for? I knew she'd arrive before me, but I wouldn't want her to have waited for too long. Oh, not long. で、昨日からいるんじゃないもしかして。昨日別れてからずっとここで待ってたんじゃないのもしかして。制服のままってことは。多分そうだよね。プレステ5が発売する店に並ぶ人たちみたいに、徹夜でさ、並んでたんじゃないの？それぐらい楽しみにしてたってことなんじゃない？初めてできた友達だからさ。多分。That's good. She could just be saying that to make me less concerned, but I'll trust her on it. Shall we get going then? Kay takes the initiative and I give her trustful response. Yes, I'd love to. Kay brushes at my answer. I really do want to go on this trip with her. Kay and I walk towards the train station side by side. In a way, she's acting as my guide as I still don't know my way around. I can't help but take a few glances at her whenever possible. She herself does the same, peering towards me from time to time. お互いをチラチラ見て監視し合ってる。ハクスレーの新世界だ。The trip into the city wasn't long, but it sure was enjoyable. Kay and I didn't conserve much, but it wasn't as either of us was uninterested in the other. あ、これイギリスの電話ボックス。An enjoyable silence. Kay takes me through the city, trying to stay as close to me as she can. Despite her taking the lead, it's confusing, sure, but I wouldn't be one to argue against it. We're almost there. She continues to weave through the urban sprawl as we make our way towards the library she had planned on visiting. The way she walks is quite cute in its own way, as she takes a small, dainty strides, making light footsteps which tap quietly against the pavement. Finally, she stops and turns towards me, almost making me bump into her. Sorry. She looks visibly upset by the ordeal, so I calm her down as always. It's alright, Kay. It's okay. Anyway, we're here now. I look to my left to see a modern building with a designating as the town's public library. The exterior is fairly clean, so perhaps it is newly built. おしゃれな図書館だ。I prefer the old one. The stonework was pretty. So this one is good too. 最近建て直されたんだ。老朽化が進んでるから仕方ないよね。建て直すのは。特に日本は地震があるからさ。そういうイギリスとかみたいにあんまり古い建物は残せないからね。で、Kay gives me her thoughts on the building, confirming my suspicions on the date of construction. It's no surprise. Urban areas are always changing. Shall we go inside? Sure. You should have brought your uniform to give discount to students. あ、そういうこと？制服で来るとなんか割引されるんだって。でも図書館でなんでお金取るの？ So that's why she's wearing it. Certainly, it'd be simpler for her to say she's a student anyway. でも生徒手帳見せないといけないんじゃないの普通は。制服だけじゃなくて。So, pretending to be a regular high schooler on the Japanese curriculum works too, even though she looks far from it. I wasn't planning on buying any books anyway, even if I wanted to one. I'd take it out on the lease anyway. 買うこともできるし、読むこともできるんだ。As a pair, we make our way inside the building. We are greeted to the warmth of hearing, alongside the traditional smell of books you'd expect in the library. I just want to look around. I probably won't get anything. Maybe the actual fact that the matter is that she wasn't just planning on going to the library. And she just wanted to invite me out. Well, it's a possibility. I wanna do more with her, but just coming here is enough. Seeing her cute demeanor on the weekend is treat in end of itself. The two of us strolled through the library together, with Kay taking me between the bookshelves as she scans for anything that might pique her interest. I can't help but watch her eyes dart from shelf to shelf as she looks keenly at the covers of each book. She finally reaches out towards something and gracefully grasps the book within her grip. こう、図書館行ってさ、本を見るだけでも楽しいんだよね。小説のこうタイトルをこうさ、あからあいうえお順でこうずーっと見ていくだけでもなんか楽しいんだよね。Found something? It's a book about gardening. I like flowers, so I thought it would become another hobby. 園芸の本か。How many hobbies does this girl have? I think this will do. We can set off now, Hiro. Kay shoots me a smile, one which pierces my heart. She guides me towards a digital checkout in which she swipes the book and places it within a bag. そう、最近の図書館ってさ、受付で借りんじゃなくてさ、なんかバーコードで借りれるんだよね。図書カードをさ、スキャン機にかざして、で本も、なんか自動貸し出し機みたいなのに置いて、カードピッてやるともう借りれちゃうんだよね。ただ返却は人がいるとこじゃないとできないんだよね。返却はアナログなんだよね。それは不思議なんだけど。で、最近電子書籍の貸し出しとかもさ、始まってるらしいじゃないですか。それは図書館のホームページ上から借りれんだよね。借りれるっつうかな、不思議だけどね。どうやって返すんだろうっていう。データとしてダウンロードするんでしょ？どういう仕組みなんだろうね。海外の図書館とかどうなってんだろうね。進んでんのかな？テクノロジー化が。It's strange to think that even library have a self-service nowadays. The world sure is changing. Shall we go then? Yes, let's. Side by side, Kay and I walk out of the library. The motion of her body causes her back and the book inside to sway as she takes one step after another. 一人で切ってもよかったんじゃないのこれ。なんで一緒に来なきゃいけなかった？意味あるこれ。あ、違う、デートでってことか。デートとしてついてきてほしかったってことなんだね、きっと。We come to find ourselves outside of the library since neither one of us had really planned on doing anything afterwards. 随分早く用事が済んじゃったよね。この後どうすんだろう。My horoscope said today would be a good day. 星占いか。Your horoscope? 星座占い。For some reason, Kay brings up her horoscope. Not that I mind, but it's a pretty abstract topic to bring up out of the blue. Well, was it? It was. Spiritual だったんだ、この人。Kay eagerly exclaims the fact, causing herself to blush alongside her. I also go red. I would never have thought that I could brought so much satisfaction to someone. When it's your birthday anyway, Kay? I ask her simply because I want to know more about her. If I don't know her birthday, how am I supposed to get her present? My birthday? September 3rd. I'm a Virgo. So her birthday wasn't even that long ago. Happy belated birthday? Thank you. Virgo って何座？ When's yours? She wants to know my birthday as well. I may as well tell her. Tell Kay your birthday. これもしかして関係してくるのかな？今日何日？何日？ Number of months. 待って。 セプテンバー。セプテンバーって何月？ 1 月？わかんない。3月にしとこうか。いや、4月。4月にしとこうか。My birthday is on the 4th. Oh, I'll add it to the calendar on my phone. Speaking of phones, I really need a contact picture for Kay. Well, I just want a photo of her, but still. Kay, can I take a photo of you for your contact picture? What? Kay looks shocked at my statement and moves herself back slightly, but it doesn't stop me from bringing my phone up and taking the shot. これさ、本当にさ、今の時代、こういうこと勝手にするとさ、訴えられるからね、勝手に写真撮ると。気をつけないといけないよね。My expression in the photo isn't happy one, but she still looks pretty cute. I'll keep it. I don't like having my photo taken. Come on, you look good in it. Turning my phone screen in face K, I show her the photo. She still doesn't look particularly happy about it, but I don't think she's angry. Alright, I'll let you keep it, but only because it's you. Her statement takes me aback. Kay herself seems pretty composed about it, albeit blushing slightly. Anyway, is there anything else you'd like to do? Anything else? I'm not sure. Have you got any ideas? Well, I asked her since I couldn't really come up with anything myself, so with a bit thought it shouldn't be hard to find something to do. I think we should get going. Sure. Kay agrees with me. Yeah, she still seems pretty dejected. I'd like to spend more time with her, sure. Bringing her around the town without anything to do doesn't seem like it would be a good use of our time. I just enjoy what I've been given. まあ、どっかお金のかかんない、高校生だからね、やっぱデートするにもお金がかかるから、普通はマックとかで話したりするんじゃないんですか？高校生。高校生ってどこでデートするんだろうね。どこわかんないわ。ラウンド1とかに行くのかな？カラオケとか？ Kay and I make our way towards the train station. She takes a place beside me. 図書館でデートしてる人ってあんま見ないよね。高校生カップルで。いや、見たことないな。すげえ、うるせえやつはいるけどね。なんかグループで勉強してて、騒いでる人たち。いるけど。あれはデートじゃないよね。あれは勉強会だから。Kay and I make our way towards the train station. She takes a place beside me, with her hair brushing against her cheeks and the sun shining down, reflecting off her lips. このまま帰るのかな？ The sky is noticeably darker than before as we walk through the street where we first met. 図書館行っただけで終わったの？この日。寂しくない？ちょっと。随分遠いところにあるんだな。だって朝の10時に待ち合わせて行ったんでしょ？で、帰ってきたのが夕方ってことは、だいたい今16時ぐらい考えると、だいたい6時間ぐらいか。片道2時間、図書館で1時間、帰りで2時間ぐらい。お昼は多分どっかで食べたんだろうね。マックで。そんな感じかな。でも図書館の中に最近カフェあるよね。新しい図書館って。そこで食べたのかな。スカイツのしぶり、図書館のさ、昔の古い図書館についてるなんか食堂みたいなの、めちゃくちゃまずくて、この飯が。そういうの食堂はなくなりましたけどね。もうさすがに。で、カフェになってね。おしゃれな。あれも、利益取れてんのかな？国の補助金でやってんのかな？ああいう店って。どういう仕組みなんでしょうね。 Today certainly was enjoyable. Both of us finding satisfaction just by being with each other. Kay looks at me with a blush. My guess is that she's probably going to ask me something. Hiro, would you like to come to my house for dinner? 嘘でしょ。夕飯食べに来ませんかって。She's invited me to her house? That's pretty bold thing to ask. しかも今日。Technically, we did just go on a date, but in reality, it was more of a trip to the library as friends. This though, I don't know what to say. Kay probably doesn't realize it's a forwardness herself. That or I am overcomplicating it. It's having dinner at her house really such an abstract concept to me. Maybe going with her on the trip has given me a few thoughts I didn't have before. Either way, I can just go over there without asking my parents first. Bring out my phone. I give Kay my answer. Sure, let me just tell my parents where I'll be. Kay gives me a note as I wait for someone to pick up on the other end of the line. My house isn't even that far from here, so I could have just walked in and told them. Sister, 妹に電話するんだ。This thought is easier, despite it costing money. Hello. Unexpectedly, my sister answers in the place of either my mother or father. Yes, where's mom and dad? They've gone out to dinner. They never told me anything about that. 両親もなんか外食に行ってるんだって。Well, will you be fine on your own? I'll be out for a bit too. Yeah, I'll get to play my music extra loud. Just don't disturb the neighbors, okay? Don't worry, I'll tell mom and dad that you've gone somewhere with a girl, okay? She ends her sentence with a laugh, even though I really am going somewhere with a girl. Alright, whatever, I'll see you later. Sure. She hangs up before I can, leaving me holding my phone next to my ear, listening to the silence. よかったね。うまくことが進んだ。The warmth of my pocket grips my hand as I put it away, turning to face Kay, who is still observing me intently. っていうかさ、両親に許可を得る必要があるの？高校生になったらさ、もう別に夜中に帰ってこようが、朝帰りしようが、何も言われなくない？と思うんだけど。そういうもんじゃないのかな。まあ大切に育てられてんだろうな。私立のさ、インターナショナル学校に行かせてもらってるぐらいだからね。多分そういう厳しいんだろうな。ルールが。Shall we go then? Sure, I'll lead the way. というわけで、ご飯を食べることになった。The cool late evening air brushes my bemused face. Kay and I idle outside her house.A rather plain and generic building. ちょっと失礼じゃない？自分の家がさ、金持ちの家だからって、ごく平凡な家って今呼んでたけど、失礼だよね。これ十分すごいし、十分庭もちょっとついてるしさ、2階建てだしさ、十分だよね。The thoughts of her living in an elaborate mansion dissipate from my mind. The building is nothing short of a nice house. I just expected that it'll be a fancier. Shall we go inside? Kay calls out to me from my side, giving the signal that she's ready to go in. このケイはもしかして玉残しを狙ってるのかな？金持ちのこのボンボンと結婚しようと思って近づいてるのかもしれないね。社長の息子だからね、主人公は。She is composed, a construct with her prior shyness, though the bloom of red on her cheeks is still all too apparent. It's a thing that will always suit her. Certainly. Our shoes meet the ground in unison. Her taking a step forward into a place she's accustomed to. Me, however, walking into a new experience, something cherishable. I've been to people's houses plenty of times, just not any girls. Standing before the door, a thought flutters into my head, whilst Kate's fingers wrap around its silver handle. Coming here, I'm bound to meet her family, aren't I? Did she even tell them that she planned on inviting me over? If so, I've done a lot more to make myself look more impressionable. 両親にね。彼女の両親に会いに行くっていうのめちゃくちゃ緊張するよね。まだ付き合ってないとはいえ。いや、付き合ってるのか、すでに。でもさ、これ基本的に付き合う時っていうのはさ、付き合ってくださいって言ってから、こう、0から1になるように付き合い始めるってわけじゃなくて、自然にまずデートに誘って、そのままずっと付き合うみたいな、そういう流れになるのが一般的なんだよね。もう付き合ってると言っていいんじゃないですか。Caressing the handle lightly, Kate twists her key delicately and pulls it down. あ、和室がある、ちょっと。和室じゃないの？これ障子ではないのか。ここに取ってついてるもんね。でもこれなんか門松っぽいけどね。偽門松って感じがする。結局でも洋風の家か。The warmth from the inside soon meets us as bit by the door opens. Kate taking the first step through, escorting me in. Well, we are here. Kate's smile is one of many treats I've been given today. She plays with her hair, eyes directed towards me, anticipating a response. Now that we are under brighter light, I can see her face much more clearly. I still can't get enough of it. Despite being lost for words, one thing does make it out of my mouth. This is a nice house. Kate looks back, bewildered by my out-of-place statement. Thank you, I bought it myself. びっくりした。この人が言ったんじゃないのか。ミスター・エイウッド。父親か。A suited man appears out of the blue, startling me slightly. It's natural, of course. Him appearing that is. 父親ね。グラフィックないけど。でもさ、東京に一軒家買うってさ、とんでもない金持ちだよね。アッパー層しか買えないよね。東京だよ。東京に一軒家だよ。とんでもないよな。二人ともめちゃくちゃ金持ちの家に生まれてるんだよね。これはちょっと庶民の話ではないのだな。Getting caught of a girl like that isn't a butcher. This must be a Kay's father. The man himself a foreigner like Kay. Carries a thick accent that differs from hers. They are Welsh, but Kay seems to be a lot more understandable. Very cute one at that. Her father's voice, however, is a grittier and gravely. It's not as stereotypical as the accent is portrayed as by far, but hearing him speak Japanese will probably mortify me. Luckily enough, we are all used to speaking English. You must be the friend Kay had told me about. She was really keen on having you over. あ、話は通ってたんだね。来るっていう。Kay brushes at her father's statement. It's not like Kay to bring me here on a whim, so I wasn't wrong in guessing that she had planned this evening in advance. Yes, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Eut. My pleasure. I'm glad you are getting along so well with my daughter. It's understandable that he is. After what Kay had told me, she had never made any friends during her stay at our school. そうだね。1年間も友達いなかったんだもんね、Kayは。そう思うと親も嬉しいだろうね。 友達連れてきてくれて。でもさ、娘がさ、ボーイフレンドを家に連れてきたらさ、まともな両親だったらさ、心配するんじゃないのかな、普通。そういうもんじゃないのかな。ウェルシュだからちょっと感覚が違うのかな、ウェルシュの感覚では。Being a parent and seeing that you'd leave anyone concerned, though the opposite is true as well. Knowing your daughter's first true friend there is a guy has probably left him having a couple of questions. Even though he seems fairly friendly, I wouldn't blame him if he had any suspicions. One thing that is quite odd is the absence of Kay's mother. Not that she couldn't be in work, it's just odd that Kay hadn't brought her up. She never talked much about her father either. It's a nice thing to meet her family. In a way, I am learning more about Kay herself than anything. シングルファーザーなんじゃないの？ I experienced in those close to her. I guess her family is all she has. When outside of school, at least until I came along, I still feel inclined about asking where her mother is. It's weird, but my mind can't help ruminate over her. Kay herself must have had an attractive mother to turn out the way she is. So I wouldn't tell her that I'm not an expert in genetics either. Well, I can't help it. She's a really interesting person. Kay redents at my statement. At this point, anything I could say about her would make her blush. Not only because of her timidness, there's nothing negative to say either. I'm glad you think so. I'll go ahead and set the table. Make yourself feel at home. So don't make it your home. I'd expect you to pay rent otherwise. Ha 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 ha. He joked with lots on me, but I still draw a smile on my face as to act polite and feign a response. Kay herself seemed pretty amused by the joke, covering her mouth to seal her faint but girlish gibbles. I guess that jokes are only effective when they are actually coming from your father. Mine acts like the big joke himself half the time. Mr. Eut leaves the pair of us standing by the doorway, giving me the chance moment to converse with Kay in private. I wanted to ask about her mother, though. Whether I should is a questionable act in itself. これは聞いちゃまずいんじゃないのかな。母親はどうなったんですか？後ろに立ってますみたいなオチになるのかな。母親どうなったかちょっと想像してみようかな。離婚した、病気で死んだ、まだ帰ってきてない。この3択になると思うんだけど。離婚したんだとしたら、別に、この父親とうまくいってるはずがないからね。そしたら。多分離婚じゃないんだな。多分病気で死んだ説。多分病気で死んだっていうのが一番しっくりくるかな。離婚すると子供がぐれる確率が上がるから、病気で死んだならまだね、納得できるよね。あるいはこの人自身が母親で、ケイは実は母親で、高校生のふりをしているかもしれないよね。聞いてみよう、とにかく本人に。気になっちゃうから。I'll ask. It's something I'd like to know. Leaving it unanswered will just make me more inquisitive as the night goes on. It might not be polite, but it's a surefire way to get an answer. Kay, where's your mother? Is she still at work? Kay stalls her answer, looking at me disdainfully before turning her head aside, a sharp contrast with what I am normally used to. 地雷を踏んだかな。 The elephant in the room is making itself increasingly apparent, but I don't think addressing it did any help. I don't wanna talk about her. Come on, let's go in for dinner. 話したくないんだって。Okay, Vittori avoided the topic, walking into the room ahead. 離婚したのかな？ What I did was wrong. Bring up Kate's mother without knowing anything wasn't a good idea in hindsight. The way she responded to me was full of nothing but vexation, but none of it directed at me. The entire topic seems to have bothered her, unsettling her usual reversed attitude, tossed about like a ship in a rough storm. It'd be a bad idea to bring up the subject again. I want to know more about Kate, and therefore her too, but the size of her scares me. When the time comes, I must be there for her, but for now, I'll have to wait until she's ready to tell me more. Standing here alone isn't a good idea either. Kate and her father are probably waiting for me. ああ、すごいいい部屋だね。The dining room is spacious. 続きをやろう。The dining room is spacious. The walls plastered with Western decor and sports memorabilia. The table, mahogany, makes itself distinct as a light reflects over its polished finish. It looks expensive, topped with various plates and cutlery, more than ready to present whatever is on the menu today. Kay's father had never told us what it was that we are having. We like to keep touch with our heritage. Outside tried our best to adapt though. Kay must have caught me gazing around the room. Several photos of sports teams line the walls, possibly rugby by the looks of it. I'm sure it's a national sports. She must have had a hard time adapting to a new country, though I'm not sure how long she's been here. I'll refrain from asking. Now is the time to savor the moment with her. I can understand connecting with your heritage is an important thing. The only reason I go to our school is to do just that. My mother made me. Come to think of it, I've never told Kay about me being half English, half Japanese. Your heritage? You're only half Japanese, aren't you? I don't look like the typical Japanese male by any sense. So it was only reasonable that she would conclude that I'm half English though. I've never actually been there. Born and raised in Japan. Interesting. Your English is pretty good. Well, my father made me learn it every day, even though he's Japanese. I'm sure he thinks he's English though. 母親がイングリッシュで父親がジャパニーズなんだ。He only reads and publishes books in English. He even married an English woman. I'm sure he'd have moved there if this company needed someone to act as a foreign representative. Thanks. Kay giggles at my awkward response, with the two of us sitting down at the table together. でもさ、なんか英語話せないハーフの人見るとちょっとがっかりするよね。本人はかわいそうだけどさ、なんか芸能人でよくいるけど、ハーフの芸能人の人、なんか英語話せない見るとなんかみたいなちょっと思っちゃうよね。本人からしたらいい迷惑だけどね。An act I'd never have expected to be doing with her not even a week ago. Things have gone by so fast, it's unreal. You know, I enjoy spending time with you. I didn't have anyone to speak to like this before. This week has been fun. Thank you, Hiro. Kay unexpectedly gives me her gratitude, stifling me slightly as her words cause my face to go red. At least I'll assume it is. I can really tell inside I am blushing though, a blush caused by K, when it's usually me who makes her blush. Still, her boldness isn't lost on me. In a social sense at least, Kay is trying her hardest tonight to make me feel welcomed. She's probably savoring the moment herself. I'll take the initiative and thank her. My pleasure. I've enjoyed it. Kay herself blushes though. I feel as if it's more of an appreciative one rather than one of the embarrassment or shyness, one with more importance to it. Mr. Ewood, his father, walks back into the room, carrying a plate in each hand, both of them toppled with the same meal. なんだろう、beef, diced potatoes, and a selection of vegetables, all toppled with gravy, even though neither of us asked for any. After a long but undoubtedly enjoyable day out with Kay, I have found myself craving a nice meal. Maybe it's just the smell, but it's certainly something I can appreciate. This entire day has led me to find myself closer to Kay, with her closer to me. She wouldn't have thanked me for being her friend otherwise. Nobody else has done that, so I've never had many friends myself either. Moving schools usually worsen my situation, so I've found myself meeting Kay from doing so. There are no complaints. The three of us begin our meals, quieting down to focus on our own plates. The taste matches the smell. The rich beef complements the soft potatoes as the two amalgamates on my taste buds. So, I bet you are wondering how a Welsh family come to Japan then? I wasn't, but avoiding this dining table talk will make me look good to Kay's father. I hear that getting a work permit is pretty hard, so getting permanent resident must have been quite a feat. Oh, trust me, it was. Originally, I was supposed to only be here for a few years as an engineer. So I just found myself liking the place, so I decided to stay. 日本の永住権で取るのって大変なのかね。オーストラリアとか簡単に行けるみたいだけど。日本の永住権ってやっぱ日本語検定とか受けて仕事持っててっていろいろな条件があるんでしょうね。ニュージーランドとかオーストラリアとかトエフルのスコアが一定以上で向こうに親族がいるか仕事があるかでなんかポイント制になってんだよね。ポイントが一定以上いくと永住権が得られたりワーキングビザが下りたりっていう仕組みらしいよね。いや移住してみたいけどね。もうちょっと景気のいい国に行ってみたいけどね。多分そのポイントが多分ないからポイントが足りてないからいけない。Seems like he had a well-paying job if he can afford to migrate here and send Kay to our school. She seems like a pretty nice guy, to be quite honest. Hopefully, he thinks the same of me, to an extent anyway. Being the guy his daughter had just dragged home, I wouldn't want him to dislike me. More so since his daughter is Kay, making a bad impression isn't an option.Just as I am about to finish my meal, the sound of ringing chimes through the walls from another room. A phone call. Excuse me, let me just take this. 母親からかな。Mr. Ewood rises from his seat, leaving me and Kay alone to ourselves once again. It'll be a rude thing to say that I'm glad he's gone.But it's only because I get to spend extra time with Kay alone, that is. A sad look coats her face, despite its beauty. If I could call it that, the fact that her expression has shifted from a once happy and content one to one of desolation is making me concerned. The cause of Kay's dejection is soon apparent. So She walls through the sound of Kate's father, a sound of anger. I tried to make out some of the words. Why is it my fault? You are the one that decided to ruin everything. 母親じゃないこれ。We have a daughter, you know. Have you ever taken her thoughts into consideration? そんなさ、でもさ、子供に聞こえるような声で電話するかな。My own mood plummets, taking in one word after another. This is the reason that Kate's mother isn't here. The relationship between her parents has been crumbling before her. By the sounds of it, I really don't want to get myself caught up in this. でも親の仲が悪いとさ、やっぱ子供の性格もちょっと変わっちゃうよね。I'm irresponsible, says the one who decided to get themselves shit-faced and pounded by their ex. The evening should not have gone in this direction. Kate's father is probably kicking himself now that the dinner had been disrupted. It's not very impressionable to argue with your wife in front of guests. I won't blame him for getting carried away. Feeling a tug on my arm, I see Kate's slender fingers grasping my sleeves as she gently pulls on it, still carrying the same sad expression, the one that hurts me. あ、それで、ちょっと自己肯定感なくなってるんだ。親が離婚したから。親のことなんて関係ないのにね。他人だからね。切り離して考えないと。I don't want to see her like this. However, what is going on between her parents concerns me. I don't want Kay to experience the sadness behind a face of hers. Would listening for a bit really hurt? It's none of my business, but my heart is on fire. もう、やばいな、これ。結構、選択肢あるよ。Go with Kay immediately. なるほど。いや、聞いてらんないんじゃないの？ Kay continues to pull on my sleeve, conveying her signal to me, one of sadness and sorrow. She must want to speak to me about something. I rest my hand upon hers and I give her a nod, after which she stands with me and a pair of us leave the dining room for the lounge. Coming to a standstill, Kay turns towards me as we both remain still in the center of the room. センターっていうのはやっぱさ、これ、あれだもんね。イギリスの綴りになってるよね。R と E が逆になってる。Nothing but a small lamp illuminates the space around us, giving Kate a melancholic face and an orange tint as she looks towards me. Please forget about what you heard tonight, Hiro. I didn't want to get you involved in all this. Kay still looks towards me with those woeful feelings deep within her eyes. Seeing her like this is really upsetting. What we've gone through over the past several days mean a lot to me. I'll do anything I can to make her happy, even if I can't resolve the issue. Kay, I don't want to see you like this. Please, if there's anything I can do for you, please just shut up. Kay's voice is sharp, as if it's tainted with anger. It's complicated, Hiro. I didn't mean to get angry. It's just her. Kay resents her mother. This woman must have caused her so much stress. This process is painful for everyone, but seeing someone go through this, it's something I can't stand. I wanna be there for her. Kay, you are an important friend to me. Really? Yes, really. Okay, I'll tell you. あ、話してくれんだ。結局。You are an important friend to me too. Follow me. なんだろう。Kay leads me out of the lounge without giving me a clue as to where is she talking to me. Clearly, she wants me to know more. She wants me to be there for her. Knowing that my words reached her, it makes me more than happy. どこに連れてくんだろう。K. A person I have grown to not enjoy the company of is leading me higher towards the upper floor of her house. Our relationship has blossomed unexpectedly, flowering a friendship both of us cherish with nothing but pure passion. I can only assume she is leading me to her bedroom. An action which would be typically suitable for this situation is for me to get flustered, overcomplicate things by assuming the most raunchy and of situation. She wants to talk, though that I can tell from what we were subject to downstairs. It's obvious that she wants to address it. Kay leads from in front, forcing me to divert my head in an act of politeness as to not look up her skirt. She can see me anyway, so she wouldn't know if I did. Now is not the time for that, though. This way. Her voice is firm, as if she has found something inside of her that is pushing her forward, giving her the courage to speak. Inside, though, she must be nervous. The entire situation between her mother and father wouldn't be something she could easily talk about. I trace Kate's footsteps with my own as we walk down the hall towards her room. Her body is rigid, filled with a composure of sorts. I can't imagine how long she must have waited for this moment to be able to tell someone outside of her family circle what her life has been like. An unsettled relationship between her parents, her absence from school, and experiencing pure loneliness, all of that must be accumulated into an emotion of anger and misery, one of sadness. In a way, I'm glad I found her. So I can be the one to solve her problems. I wanna help her. 来たか。あれ三つ編みがトゲだ。なんで ?We walk into a room painted in beige. Kate goes forward and starts to undo her braids, slowly letting her silky hair fall down straight. あんまり変わんないね。なんだ、あんまり変わんないね。普通なんか髪ほどくとさ、結構印象変わるけどさ、変わんないんだよな。もともとぶっとい三つ編みだったからか。全く印象変わんないんだな。前髪が変わんないからか。前髪が変わんないと、あんまり印象変わんないんだな。A way I've never seen it, something different. I prefer her with the braids, but maybe that's just because it's how I'm used to seeing her. She still looks beautiful either way. あ、still. Kay rests her glasses on her nightstand. メガネも外して。Then takes a seat on her bed. The pink love heart embellished bedding gives off a girlish vibe. I still feel as if they suit her. 安定のアップ。She herself holds a downcast expression, the smooth skin of her hands clutching her knees tightly. It'd be a cute pose if she wasn't plagued by the sorrows of her past, no matter how recent they may be. Pants. Although saying that a thin gap between her tights is visible, leaving her underwear within view. I tried to avoid it earlier, but as Kate starts talking, it'll be rude of me to look away from her. Thank you. For what? Seems out of place for me to ask. Kate must have a lot on her mind she must want to say, though I am confused by her gratitude. She thanks me a lot, too often maybe, but this time there's surely more of an important meaning behind it. for offering to help. It really made me happy. Isn't that what a friend should do? Friends, that's right. You're important to me, Hiro. Kei goes on, letting her emotions flow out from within. When we first met, I was nervous. It wasn't even that long ago. Do you know why? Why I held myself back? No, but surely you can see that you've improved. You can talk to me very easily now. It's still there on the inside. The lack of self-confidence, even with strangers. People who don't even know me always get that impression. Kate still acts as if she hadn't improved. I wouldn't know what she's feeling on the inside, so I can be one to judge. Maybe it's just me she's gotten better with, which should be a reasonable assumption. I'm the only person that she converses with that isn't within her family. A group of people which is probably limited to just her father. It must have been painful. すぐアップになる。It never used to be like this, though I was always a quiet person. In the past, I never really had a good social life. There was this one girl who never really liked me. Thinking about it now still makes me feel sick and angry. It was 2 years ago. I wanna ask her, why didn't she speak up for herself? So actually, asking it will be a rather spiteful. A lonely girl trying to study for her exams. It would have been quite a stressful time. Knowing the education system, they wouldn't have done much for her, or didn't. I don't know if she had spoke to any teachers. The years after, I was pulled out of school by my father. He knew something was wrong, so I spent the year at home. なんか精神的に病んでいて、病気っていうのは身体的な病気じゃなくて、精神病だったのね。精神的な病で、それでホームスクールに一時期通ってて、その後良くなってきたんで、また学校に来たんだけどっていうところで転校生の主人公が来てっていう、そういう流れだったんだね。親の離婚でおかしくなってたんだね。そういうシーンでしたか。そういういきさつだったんですね。しかもこの微妙な、なんか、ちょっとエッチなシーンが出てきたけど、テーマクソ重いというね。このコントラストがいいですね。一粒で二度美味しいっていう感じの。I told you I was ill, didn't I? So that was a lie? It was, sorry. Accepting her apology would be wrong. She had a pretty good reason to do so. After it all, I felt nervous. I couldn't socialize. I feared the reaction. If I went through that again, I would have known what to do. Then I come back and met you. So it wasn't easy for Kay to open up to me. It almost seemed as if I forced her to. With how quickly has all gone. From a different perspective, I wouldn't be standing here. Now, if she didn't want to get wrong, nobody would outright refuse any interaction. It was just hard for her for an understandable reason. It makes me feel happy that she had found what she had been looking for. The girl had gone, so I went back. But I was still scared with loneliness. Everyone knew me from before and stayed away. But you were there and you gave me an opportunity. That's why I went to thank you for becoming my friend. You mean a lot to me, Hiro. Kay stands from her bed, finishing by giving me her warm-hearted regards. It's a thing which she has always done during the time we've known each other. She's usually quite polite. This, however, is something much more than something special both to her and to me. Thank you, I'm glad I could be there for you. You're an important friend to me too. I told you before, didn't I? Kay nods and smiles, wiping the melancholic expression clean from her face. It's a wonderful sight. To know that our friendship meant this much to her, it really makes me happy. Thanks, Hiro. これベストエンドなんじゃない？ The pair of us stand together in the center of Kay's bedroom, basking in the presence of the other. Around us it's silence, barring the light sound of traffic from outside. It's a lovely atmosphere, something which makes me feel warm inside. I don't know what her father is doing, but he must realize we've gone. Luckily enough, we were not in my house, or my father would be in here the moment we left his side. So I guess you got to see my bedroom. I guess I did. I wanna see yours. Thought it's probably a bit messy. Out of nowhere, Kay throws me a jab as she stands before me with a complacent grin. She's right through my room with a tip. If I ever did have the courage to bring Kay anywhere near my family, particularly my father, then cleaning the room will be somewhere on the list of properties. Well, what can I say? You should take pride in your tidiness. Kay giggles at my statement, an act of familiarity which I'm glad we could achieve. Moments ago, Kay was recalling thoughts from a time filled with a wealth of dictionary words. Sadness, depression, loneliness, those sorts of words come to mind. Hopefully, we can change the experience of the past so in the future she doesn't have to look back on painful memories. If you didn't have the bookshelf, I dread to see what your room would look like. I take pride in my books, thank you. So you're right, I like to look after them, but reading them comes first. There's a quite a lot of books there though, surely she hadn't read them all. Actually, I take that back, she probably has. The vacant smile as she stares toward the bookcase prove. In all fairness, she's not the only one with a lot of books in her room. I couldn't even count the number in mine. All they do is gather dust as my room continues to be treated like a storeroom by my father, cluttering the house with all his publications. 父親なのに作家なの? Was there ever a time where he actually wrote a book? Putting that thought to the side of my mind, I glance at the alarm clock beside Kay's bed. It feels as if it's getting late. It's only 2 o'clock. え?ちょっと待って。ボイス出てたの？今までずっと読んでたけど、声出てたの？気づかなかった音が小さすぎて。ちょっと待って。ちょっと待ってね。It seems as if we both had issues with the party clocks lately. Nonetheless, if it wasn't for that, I doubt I would have met her in the first place. 声出てたのこれ。なんで読んでたの今まで。何のために読んでた？Realizing that I'm in fact wearing a watch, I raised it up to check the actual time before saying it myself. Kay is quick to the point.
It's getting late, isn't it?
声出てるわこれ。めちゃくちゃちっちゃい。 めちゃくちゃちっちゃいけど声出てる。Yeah, I should probably head back soon. I can't even imagine what my sister might get up to. Kate smiles. So that wonderful sight quickly turns back into a frown.
I'm sorry about earlier.
It's okay, Kay. You don't have to apologize. In reality, it's her father's duty to apologize, even though I wouldn't blame him for his actions. It seems as if it's Kate's mother who's the loose cannon. Kay herself definitely isn't fond of her. Shall we head downstairs then?
Yes, let's.
Kay and I make our way out of her room and down the stairs, leaving behind what was both a special yet somehow depressing moment for both of us. Kay had to recall the times she wanted to forget, but at the same time, it made us closer. I now realize that she didn't even speak much about her family issues that I can't blame her for, but it was the reason that two of us left that dining table. All I'll have to do now is wait until she's ready to speak about such things. Being able to help her is something I wanna do. We walk down the hall towards the doorway, Kay getting ready to see me off. I don't know where her father is. どこ行っちゃったの父親。電話に出たままどっか行っちゃったの。But I'll just have to speak to him. 時空の歪みに飲まれちゃったのかな。Thank you for tonight, Kay.
I should be thanking you. I'm glad you came.
誰も父親のこと気にしてない。
Despite...
Don't worry about that, Kay. He's alright. 父親は大丈夫だよ。Kay smiles warmly, holding the handle of the door in her hand. I'm sure neither of us is ready to go yet, but I have to get back home nonetheless.
I'll see you on Monday.
She blushes, leaving me to give her a smile in response. I don't think I'll ever get tired of seeing those rosy cheeks. Alright, Kay. I'll see you then.
Bye.
今日は Kay のパンツも見れたし、充実した一日になったね。Shutting the door behind me, Kay and I are now separated. Myself feeling happy despite the cold of the evening. Well, I'm not really sure how she's feeling. In all honesty, I hope she's feeling better. Talking with her really made me feel closer to her, maybe even something more. I take my steps out of the garden, a pretty one at the each flower still vibrant in the evening sunlight. It's quite a beautiful sight. It's Kay's after all. 父親最後まで現れなかったね。The chirping of birds, a typical sound in the morning, wake me up once again as I slowly but steadily prop myself upright and stretch my arms out. The room is still dark, giving a contrast to my attitude this morning. It's strange to think that the first thing on my mind after waking up is Kay. Although, given the situation the other night, I can really help it. Sure, my mind is a mess after Saturday. What with the roller coaster of events which have occurred, focusing on the positive seems to be the best thing to do at the moment. Kay and I have gotten a lot closer because of it, despite our discussion involving nothing but her laminating over her painful history. I've made up my mind. I want to help her, so I look forward to being able to see her today. It's a Monday after all. I rise from my bed, deciding now is the right time to get dressed and ready for school. Downstairs, I can hear my father boasting about his business to my mother. It reminds me of my situation, how different me and Kay really are. Time passes quickly, flowing like a river, guiding me throughout my day. I finish up my business. which involves nothing but a quick shower, brushing my teeth and getting ready for another day at school. Heading downstairs is the next thing on the list. Walking into the dining room, I am presented with the usual sight of my family enjoying breakfast. Even my sister has managed to make it down here before me, which is quite a rare sight. I take my place next to them in order to have breakfast. Listen, girl, if you are doing to have toast, it's got to be wholemeal. I prefer white bread though. It seems as if my father is arguing with my sister over what bread they like the best. 白パン、黒パン。いろいろあるけどね。I myself prefer brown bread. あ、ブラウンブレッドが一番体にいいって言うよね。全粒粉のやつね。高いけど。でもさ、高い割にさ、よくスーパーで半額になってるんだよね。売れ残ってて。それを買って食べるのは結構好きなんですけど。But joining this argument would be the most idiotic thing I could do. Times like these usually go unnoticed. The fact that I can spend time with my family, to think the Kay only has her father is an upsetting thought. Even more so, since he's probably in work when she finishes school, she must be quite lonely. Boy, I was asking you a question, Mata. I turned to see my father's face inches away from mine, a sight which startles me. Oh, what? Thinking about Kay must cause me to shut off the outside world. Usually, I'm not involved in these sorts of discussions, so it's rare for him to bring me into them. I said, what is better on toast? Jam or honey, boy? ハニーだかな。でも、メープルシロップがいいかもしれない。一番は。ちょっと蜂蜜だと甘すぎちゃって。糖度半端ないからね、蜂蜜は。腐らないんで甘すぎて、蜂蜜って。糖度が高すぎて細菌が繁殖できないんで、蜜蜂に。蜂蜜の中で。それぐらい甘いんで。やばいよね。I don't know. ジャムはちょっとさ、砂糖入りすぎてんだよな。果物なのはいいんだけどさ。添加物入りすぎてんのはちょっとね。In all honesty, I prefer butter, but again, giving my own opinion would upset the situation further. 昔前はさ、マーガリンめちゃくちゃ塗ってたけどね、マーガリンって体に悪いんだよね。子供の頃めちゃくちゃマーガリン塗ったパン食ってたけど、よく考えたらさ、自殺行為だったよね。緩慢な自殺だよ。マーガリン食いまくってさ、バターが高いからっつって、ファストスプレッドをさ、食いまくってましたけど、絶対その影響でさ、大人になってから癌になる人結構いるんじゃないかな。健康の概念変わりすぎだよね。本当に。コロコロ変わるよね。砂糖が体に悪いってなったのも、ほんと50年前ぐらいでしょ。つい最近なんだよね。不思議だよね。See, even your brother agrees. Don't take the opinion of someone who spaces out. しょうもないこの議論。I thought I was bad in the mornings. The two of them resumed their argument, with me and my mother trying to ignore the presence of the two idiots at the table. Breakfast today is the same as any other for me. I wonder if Kay is having hers right now. 父親と飯食ってんでしょ。でお父さんまだ次元の狭間から帰ってきてないから一人で食べてんじゃない？ Kay は。悲しい食事をさ。カップラーメンでもすすってんじゃないの？デカ盛りを。I take a glance at the clock on action, which sets my mind into motion once again. Are the late for school at this rate? Is the clock still broken? If it was, then I'd definitely be too early. Not anymore. I fixed it. すげえ、直せんの。You have a watch anyway. Why does it matter? Alright. 腕時計してる高校生って珍しいよね。今の時代。Well, I'm off then. みんなスマホでこと足りてるから。Goodbye, son. Alright, son. Hopefully you bring back a girl this time. Despite my father's continuous comments about girls, it's what I'm focused on today. I deliberately decided to leave earlier than usual in an attempt to beat Kay to our meeting spot. I step outside, bidding farewell to my family with nothing more than a brisk wave. I look forward to seeing Kay, a girl I have become familiar with. The rosiness of her cheeks, the silkiness of her brows, and a cute edge to her embarrassed smile. まとまったかな? It's not something I thought I would find when moving schools. 綺麗にまとまったね。The street is quiet. Usually is around this time. I left just before the rush hour, and recently I have found myself trying to get to school a lot earlier than before. Maybe there's a reason for that. The reason, though, isn't there when I reached the end of the street. This is the place where I first met Kay, and the place we agreed on meeting each other from now on. Kay, though, isn't here. Granted, I did leave earlier just so I could be here before her. If I wait around a bit, I shall be greeted to the cute sight of her, being shocked to see me. Leaning back against the wall, I rub my brow as I take the time to think about the situation between us. On Saturday, I was privy to her life behind closed doors. Kay もう転校しちゃったんじゃないのもしかして。それぐらいのことがあってもおかしくない。このゲームのテンポから考えると。Having to be involved in a dispute between parents, what with the additional sense of loneliness. Thinking about it really makes me sad that she has gone through so much. Bullying, a divorce, and seclusion. All of that, and then there's me. I take a look at my watch. Its reflection in the sunlight almost blinding me as I squint to make out the numbers. Time has gone by fast, with the dial telling me that it's been about a quarter of an hour since when we were supposed to have met each other. Thoughts fly through my head as I ponder over why she could be so late, but if I wait any longer, then I won't be able to make it to school on time. If she were to turn up after I'd left, well, it'll hurt me. Leaving Kay behind is something I don't wanna do, but I can't afford to be late either. Kay is probably ill. That's the most likely scenario. I decide to carry on forward, taking myself further down the series of streets towards school. Kay いないじゃん。幽霊だったんじゃないの？妄想上のさ、彼女だったんじゃない？主人公が孤独すぎて見た想像上の彼女だったんじゃないの？そういうシチュエーションを夢見すぎて幻を見ちゃったとかじゃなくて、本が好きな女の子をさ、家に呼ばれるなんてことないでしょ。まず本が好きで三つ編みしてる女の子いないからね、現実には。そんなわかりやすい人いないからね。三つ編みしてる人なんてまずいないでしょ、まず。高校生で。三つ編みしてる高校生の人見たことないもん。いる？ないよね。早乙女ランマぐらいだよ。三つ編みしてる高校生。A state close to silence soon becomes infused with the sounds of students busting through the school gates to begin their day just like me. Unlike them, I have someone in particular on my mind right now. These people want therefore Kay when she needed it. All they did was ignore her, casting her way. It's sad. The people can judge you based upon how they see you, rather than who's inside. Kay herself, wherever she may be, has had a hard time. I keep telling myself over and over, repeating as if it's the time tables I ran back in elementary school. Kay must be ill. Could there really be another reason for her absence? Nevertheless, she seems like the type of a person that will give me a call to tell me she'll not begin. She hasn't done that. Another cause for worry. 電話あるんだもんね。電話してみりゃいいじゃんね。I push forward into the school grounds. It's weird to think about. This is only the 7th time I've come to school alone. The rest of the time I was with her. なるほどね。Arriving in class, just short of the bell. I sit down at my desk as usual. The best thing I can do now is go about my day as I normally would, but I don't think I'll be able to despite the thoughts of Kay. Hey Hiro, do you know what lesson we have first thing? A classmate stands before my desk. I'm pretty sure this is the guy from before who was really keen on the sandwiches they sell here. I think it's biology. Alright, thanks man. He leaves my desk just as quick as he came, giving me with a sense of sickness now that I realize I'll have to put up with lessons for a while. I'm not particularly fond of my biology teacher either, but I have more important things to focus on right now. All I can do now is to try and get through this. どこ行っちゃったんだろうね。Kay は。Lunchtime arrives, the bell doing more than signaling that it shows that I've got nobody to eat with. I doubt Kay has or will show up today. Rising from my seat, pain shoots through my back as I straighten it. I've been slumped in my chair all morning, and luckily enough for me, I never got asked any questions by my biology teacher. As I approach the door to the classroom, part of me hopes to find Kay. They're waiting for me. The entire set topped off with the cute brush, her silky golden braids lying loosely over her shoulders. More importantly, her adorable smile. Even though I've only gone just over the day without seeing her, it's still an issue. Despite all this, there's no sign of Kay as I leave the classroom to make a beeline to the cafeteria. Maybe the 100% Welsh beef can give me the energy to make through the rest of the day. そうだ、ステーキ食べて乗り切ろうよ。なんかさ、この食堂を見るとさ、スクールシューティングが起きそうな場所だなって思っちゃうんだよね。なんかそういう映画見てさ、最近。スクールシューティングでさ、こう机の下に隠れんだけどさ、犯人が机の上に乗ってきて、この机の上を貫通させた銃を撃って机貫通させて下に隠れてる生徒たちを撃ち殺すっていうね、そういうシーンがあったんですけど、それをなんか彷彿としちゃって、ちょっとドキドキしちゃう。っていう話でした。Taking my place in line at the cafeteria, one which is surprisingly short. I idle around waiting for my turn to order. Coming here still gives me thoughts of Kay. It's where we really got to know each other, not necessarily where everything started. It's because I decided to speak to her on a whim that we've managed to get this far. That was only a week ago. Thinking about it makes me happy at what we've achieved over the past 7 days. Yet, it eventually traces back to the thoughts of Kate's issues. Soon enough, the line to the cold food section shortens again and again as we inch forward. One after the other, people grab their food and leave to eat it, something I would be doing with Kay if she was here. こうやってなんか食堂の列に並ぶのってさ、よくサウスパークで出てくるよね。そういうシーンが。シェフが食べ物配ってて、その列に子供たちが並ぶっていう。そういう光景ってさ、なかったんだよな、今まで。高校は普通に弁当だったしな、自分は。ちょっとカフェテリアなのに憧れちゃうよね。ただ、欧米のカフェテリアって飯がすごいやばいらしいけどね。よく聞くよね、やばいって。 I decided to grab a sandwich quickly enough to get the last beef one, leaving me to find a place to sit in the cafeteria. The real problem is that I have nobody to eat with, kinda like how Kay was. I wonder if she would approach me if our situation were reversed. With her personality, I couldn't really expect much. Even though she's a kind person, she would have had the audacity to approach someone she had only met that morning. I decided the best thing to do is just to go back to class. I can probably find someone to talk to there. やっぱさ、母親が親権を取って、そっちの方に引っ越すことになったんじゃないかな、ケイは。違う？ The corridor is empty as I walk back towards my classroom to eat lunch. Most people now would either be in their class or in the cafeteria, so it's rare to see any students walking about at this time. Making my way past one of the classrooms, I notice the door open behind me as someone calls out, "Hey, Wei, you are here, right?" I stop in my tracks and turn around to find one of our year's form teachers calling out to me. I think he's in the charge of K's class. Yes, I am, sir. Sorry to stop you. I was wondering if you would know the reason as to why Kei Dowen is absent today. Kei の本名の発音がわからん。We haven't received a call from her parents, so I thought you might know where she is. You have been handling around with her lately, that is. マジか。学校にも連絡が来てないんだ。確かにおかしいね。父親に無理心中されたのかな。追い詰められて。No, I don't, sir. Sorry. Has this guy been watching me and Kay? I guess it's kinda his job as a teacher to track pupil progress. It's quite notable that one of the most introverted students suddenly made a friend, so it still aggravates me that he's looking into our business. Okay, no worries. We'll give her parents a call later if we didn't receive any word from them. I'm not sure if this guy knows about the relationship between Kay's parents. He heads back into his classroom, leaving me by myself in the corridor. The thought of giving Kay a call myself crosses my mind as I make my way back to my classroom. 朝一でそれをすればいいのね。待ち合わせ場所に来なかった時に。で、家の場所は知ってんだからさ、そこに様子見に行くとかね。隠しカメラを仕掛けるとか、いろいろやり方はあるはずだ。ケイのことが心配ならば。Good air, cold air, the sound of cars, and the presence of the local populace going about their daily lives surrounds me. Walking home from school has always been like this, just time to think. Nantara, I rush to get back so I can go about my own life. It makes me wonder whether things would be different if Kay had come to school today. We did agree to walk to school together, but neither of us said anything about walking home together. I'm not sure why we haven't. Being able to support Kay is something I want to do. After what her teacher had told me, I really don't think she's ill. Surely her father would have informed the school. They've never too keen on pupils missing lessons. I've had the experience of being berated for it before. Putting my hand in my pocket, my fingers naturally rest around my phone as I realize I had it with me. I did decide on giving Kay a call, so I'd rather wait until I'm at home before doing so. Something inside me knows that things we'll discuss won't be the same as the tribal things we both embraced before. Step by step, I trace back my usual path down my street to and from school, quickly arriving home and making my way indoors. inside instead of the usual sounds of my father's boosting and my mother's retorts. I find my sister sitting down and playing on her phone. It's something she'd usually do. Why she's doing it downstairs and not in her room, I'm unsure. Oh, you're back. Yes, I am. Did you get let out early or something? No, I'm just a faster walker than you. 高校生なの、妹も。She always has a way to be cheeky. Where's mom and dad? Oh, they went out. They said they'd bring back something for dinner. Alright. I take off my shoes in the hall. When I get the idea to talk about Kay with my sister, she might be able to give me a girl's perspective on it all. At least I hope. 生理で休んでるかもしんないよね。でもそれだったら連絡来るよな、普通。Hey sis, is there any reason as to why a girl might not come to school despite not being ill? My sister turns her head and smirks at me, almost to mock me for knowingly asking something which should make me indebted to her. Oh, did a girl you like take the day off? Very funny. Are you going to give me a serious answer? After raising my voice, my sister responds by giving me a solemn expression. I didn't mean to get loud, but right now I have more things on my mind than her jokes. Well, I wouldn't go if I didn't feel like it. That is, if I was depressed. Thank you, I'm sorry for shouting. By getting angry, I've created a sense of awkwardness between us. てかさ、別に風邪でもないし、熱も出てないし、気分も悪くないんだけど、普通に会社に行きたくなくて休むってことってできるのかね。ディプレッションで休むみたいなことできんのかね。でも仮病を使って休むことあるけどね、よく。ねえ。不思議なことに、デスクワークだとあんまそういうことないんだよね。あ、違う。肉体労働だとあんまないんで落ち込む。仮病を使ってまで休みたいって思うこと。でも、デスクワークだと結構あんだよね、精神的に。デスクワークの方が多いかも。限られた空間でさ、同じ空間の中に人といなきゃいけないストレスが大きすぎて、結構落ち込んできちゃうんだよね。周りに合わせないといけないでしょ。そう考えると結構ね、やっぱ学校も同じで、別にそんな脳みそに負荷かかるわけじゃないんだけど、勉強自体。肉体にもね。なんか疲れちゃうんだよね。そういう時はあると思いますよ。それ休んだってこと？気分が落ち込んでて休んだのかな？ By getting angry, I've created a sense of awkwardness between us. Doing so resulted in getting an answer from her anyway, one which isn't unreasonable given Kay's situation. All I can do now is hope she's willing to answer my call. It's okay. Resuming with whatever it is she was doing, my sister takes hold of her phone, leaving me a pathway with her head upstairs. Before me is a room all too common and as always all too messy. Looking around, I realize this will be the stage upon which I begin my act to be there for Kay, a girl who has grown on me so much over the course of a mere 7 days. The sounds of cars resonate through the open window, causing me to look outside and stare back at the melancholic expression. Is that really what I look like? The image is beyond me as I continue to listen to the melodic rhyme of people within the city going about their lives. Here I am, hesitating to call someone who means so much to me, someone who changed me. I was under the assumption that after meeting Kay, I was able to bring her out of her shell. She told me otherwise, but I find myself thinking about how much she has done for me, how much we've been there for each other, neither of us even realizing it. 出るのかね、電話に。The pounding of my heart acts as a timer, urging me on as I grasp the phone in my hands. All I have to do now is press the button. The pounding of my heart acts as a timer, urging me on as I grasp the phone in my hands. All I have to do now is press the button. A pang of nervousness causes me to sweat as my breathing sharpens, unsettling my mind as I continue wanting to get this issue resolved. With an unsteady hand, I take the move to press call. Now it's up to her to answer. The phone rings slightly longer than I would expect to. If Kay really felt like talking, it can only be assumed that she's at home. If her phone was anywhere near her, then she would have answered it by now. 誘拐されたんじゃないの？もしかして母親に。身代金を要求されてるとそういうことじゃないの？ The ringing stops abruptly, causing me to feel a sense of relief, which is soon washed away when someone other than the K answers the phone. あら？ Mr. A 父親か。Hello, who might this be? On the other end of the line is K's father. I don't know many parents who don't answer their children's phone, but at least I can ask him about K. This is Hiro. Ah, that's right. You were over here the other day, weren't you? I'm sorry about what happened. I don't usually get so worked up, but there's a lot of things going on right now. All I can do is apologize for making you witness it all. I can understand. How is Kate doing? She wasn't in school today. I thought you might be calling about you're a good lad, you know. I've only met this guy once and he's calling me a good lad. On the other hand, getting on his good side isn't a bad thing in any shape or form. Kay is in her room at the moment. She hasn't been down in a while. That's concerning. She's locked herself in her room. I think it's because she's upset about the relationship between me and my wife. なんかショック受けて閉じこもってるってこと？ Well, she won't be my wife for much longer. It's a complicated story. Did Kay ever mention it to you? Not in any detail. She just told me to forget about her mother after Saturday. I think you deserve to know. It'll help explain what Kate's feeling. I don't think I'm in a position to be involved with their family issues. Really, it's odd to think he'd is willing to tell me. Listening now to might make it easier to understand what Kate is feeling, and if I want to help her, it's something I must know. Currently, we are going through a divorce, but that should be more than a parent. After we moved to Japan, things started to get rocky between us. My wife decided to go on a holiday back to Wales, so her real intention was to get back with her ex-husband. ウェールズにいる元夫とよりを戻しに行きたかったんだね。実際は。I eventually caught wind of after one of my friends spotted them together. She stayed there, but at the same time filed for a divorce. It's a complicated process when you are dealing with two countries. 確かにね。I was told yesterday that she also filed for custody of K. 確かにな、離婚、どっちの法律で進めればいいんだろうね。一方がウェールズにいて、一方が日本にいたら。しかも永住権取ってんでしょ、この人は。複雑になっちゃうな。What? Does that mean Kay will also return to Wales? Yes! 出た。恋愛ドラマによくある。引っ越しを迎えるってやつね。 She's been upset since she doesn't want to leave. I think she had too much here, but she'd lose if she went back. It's not just me who she'll be away from. The reality is too hard to comprehend. A sheepish girl faced with another challenge in her life. Having to leave behind her father and her friend in order to go back to live with a mother she has to fondness for. I knew from the beginning that I wouldn't be able to do anything. Being there for Kay still won't change the outcome, though I won't resist doing so. Right now, she needs someone there for her, even if it'll end up hurting both of us. If you want to speak to Kay yourself, you're welcome to come over anytime. But I'm not sure how receptive she'll be about it. It feels wrong if I don't at least try to get my voice through to her. Even if she turns me away, I just want her to know that I'm here for her. スマホはでも下の階に置いてったんだね、自宅の。自室に持ってってんじゃなくて、父親が出てるってことはさ、スマホはリビングに置いてってんだね。家の中でさ、スマホもなくてどうやって時間過ごしてんだろうね。本読んでんのか。ボロボロの本を、何の本か知らんけど。To know that despite the pain, the people most important to her will give back everything in return. さあ、日本もさ、夏はムシムシするからさ、ウェールズ行った方がいいよね、夏は。秘書のために。That we care for her, that I care for her. Do you think I'll be able to come over today? I don't see why that will be a problem. Though like I said, I'm not sure how Kay will react. Her reaction right now isn't really stable. All that matters to me is how she is feeling, which I know is far from good. I wanna reach out to her. Alright, I'll be here. Over shortly, goodbye. In a rush, I hung up on Mr. Elwood without giving him the chance to respond. Well, wasting time isn't an option. I need to get there as soon as possible. Heading downstairs, my footsteps respond throughout the house, causing my sister to give me a bewildered look. Luckily enough, she doesn't give me an issue and go back to using her phone. Passing through the hall, the door opens before me, revealing my parents' home from their trip out. I don't have time to make conversation with them, so I'll slip past them at the doorway, both of them giving me the same bewildered look as my sister did in the process. Where are you off to, son? I'm gonna go girl's house. 女の家に行くんだってね。どんな答えなんだよっていう。Upon hearing that, my father confronts his face in surprise, finally leaving me with a proud smile as I set off to make my way down the street. All I should focus on is being there for Kay, a thought which drives me as I race my way to her house. 夜になってるね。Darkness fills the path towards Kay's house. Spare the street lamps which guides my course towards it, a long and winding one. In a metaphorical sense that is, this week has provided me with countless ups and downs, but I guess it's time to face the downs. Knowing that Kay is hurting makes me feel bad myself, something which I've told myself over and over. My emotional attachment to her is a big thought. Kay's street is short, so it's easy enough to find her house. It saves me the time of looking for it. In the darkness of the ever-looming night, the adrenaline within me rushes me further towards the door of her house. It's not necessarily, but I feel that controlling these emotions would be a bad thing, on top of the difficulty to do so. It's Kay's feelings I wanna prioritize right now. Getting here as soon as possible helps me do that. My knuckles force the edge of the door repeatedly as I eagerly wait for an answer. I can see movement from inside, that of Kay's father as he soon comes to open the door. Good evening, Hiro. I won't keep you stopped for long. Kay's room is upstairs and to the right. Keeping things brief, Mr. Eut gives me the direction to Kay's room, despite me already knowing them. I don't know how well it will sit with him if I told him that I've already been up there, so I just thank him anyway. Thank you. Anyway, sparing no time, I rush up the stairs as carefully as I can, wearing socks and trying to race up there. It would be really regrettable if I were to slip. Though being too cautious also seems like a bad idea as well. The only thing I should be caring about is Kay. Following the same path I took only days ago, Kay's bedroom door stands before me, the gateway to a lonely, downcast girl. Knocking on it gently, my heart continues to pound in my chest as I wait for a response. Nothing. これさ、自殺してんじゃないのもしかして。ドアノブにタオル巻いてさ、それを首に巻いて自殺してんじゃないの絶望して。そういうオチ Out of instinct, I grasp the doorknob, but despite my best effort, it won't budge. She must have locked it. I kinda expected it, but it doesn't change the fact that she's locked herself away from the outside world. Even her own father. Slow movements raise my arm once again as I realize what I have to do. 気破るのか。For all Kate's concerned, it could just be her father knocking on the door. Hopefully, hearing me as well can show her how concerned we both are. As I tap against the door once more, I make my call out to her. Hey, it's me. 声が出た。Response. Small yet welcome one.
What are you doing here?
Her voice is filled with a nervousness. Over the time that we've spent together, I've noticed that she found it easier to speak to me as each day went on. Now though, she sounds just as she did when I first met her. I came to talk to you. I want you to come to school tomorrow, okay? I abruptly managed to stop myself from adding, I missed you. Even though it's the absolute truth, spending time without her was a different, even though that's all I knew before. I know you are not feeling good, but knowing you are like this, it makes me sad. I told you we are friends, right? I wanna support you.
I'm sorry, I know. You're important to me.
You don't have to apologize. I just wanted to be there for you.
I'm not sure if I'll feel like going. It's complicated.
Only a thin piece of it separates us as we both stand in silence. A wall between us, between our feelings. I'm not sure what I should do. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow, okay? Where we normally meet. Good night, Kay. On a whim, I turned myself away from her. It's a painful thing to do, but actions speak louder than words. Trying to break into her room wouldn't have done either of us any good, but telling her I'll wait no matter what might let her hear my feelings in a different way. お腹空いたら出てくるにしても。なんか食べに。そこを捕まえればいいんでしょ。引きこもりだってさ、コンビニには行くもんね。お腹空いたら。あ、でも親に買いに行かせんのか。でもトイレには行かないといけないもんね。トイレには行くでしょ。そこを捕まえればいいんだ。I'm not sure if she responded, though she doesn't come out after me. It's an odd thing for me to be so familiarized with her house after only knowing her for a week. But that thought doesn't stick with me on the trip down the stairs. So, how did it go? Her father stands in the hallway, showing that he was waiting for me the entire time. I don't know, we'll just have to see. They are plain and simple words, yet they hurt me so much. Having this uncertainty between us all makes me feel more bitter than anything. It's okay, Kay is usually quite stubborn. Will you be staying for dinner? I know a meal with a 37-year-old Welsh guy isn't exactly on everyone's bucket list, but it'll be impolite for me not to offer. Thank you, but my parents had brought back something for the family just as I was leaving. I'm sure it'll be quite a ruckus when I get back. It's alright. I hope you enjoy your evening, Hiro. Thank you for speaking to her. It's okay, it was something I wanted to do. I'll be off then. Goodbye. Kay's father sees me off with a wave as I wake out the Eut household. Thinking about it now, his words don't make much sense to me. Describing Kay as a stubborn is a definitely contrast to what I know her as. In fact, I would describe her as a pretty compliant. I guess things are different when you are parents. Maybe it's just how Kay acts towards me. At least, I hope it is. 来るのかな、Kay は。The morning sunlight blinds my eyes on my walk towards school. More importantly, towards my typical Ranger's point with Kay. As I get closer and closer, I dote upon what Kay means to me. My relationship with her is a strange thing to think about, but as time goes on, things will start to make more sense to me. As the usual corner of the street enters my vision, the sky brighted girl isn't there. It'll be wrong to say I didn't expect this, but part of me looked forward to seeing her adorable aura shimmer in the sunlight. いないんだ今日も。Looking at my watch, it's still a bit early. Even if it was late, I would still wait for her. Being late to school doesn't concern me now. Cars pass by me one after another as the neighborhood starts to get into motion. Everyone on their way to work or to drop their kids off to school. Yeah, it's the usual sort of thing for weekdays. Having mine be different yesterday really showed me how much I enjoyed the mornings before. Going to school to be able to see her. Every day of my life before had been absent of her, but meeting her really showed me how much of a wonderful person she really is. It's a shame it took a while for her to be able to show it to someone. The clock continues to circle around and around in my watch, similar to the thoughts in my mind, constantly moving but never really going anywhere. 7:35 soon passes without any sign of Kay. When agreeing to meet with her, I would have probably embraced the experience of walking down the road around this time to see her, waiting for me with a mild smile on her face. One which I can only assume will quickly turn into fluster as she will spot me approaching. None of that has happened though, or will happen. I can't imagine Kay being that happy to see me. Anxiety grows within me, traveling from one of the most painful places for it to now embed its thorns my heart. It's been 5 minutes now. 5 minutes now since the usual time we agreed to meet. Not particularly late by any standard. That is, any standard other than Kay's. Every time we agreed to meet somewhere, despite it only happening on a few occasions, Kay was always early or on time, more so the prior. Maybe my words didn't reach her after all. Glancing up from my watch one last time, within my vision, I see a figure despite the morning sunlight. Hindering my view, it's clear to me that the girl is walking down the street towards me. 来たね。As she approaches, I can make out her hair, neatly braided, swaying in the light autumn breeze. 秋なんだ。で、誕生日さ、入力したの何だったのあれ、そういえば。Attire, all too familiar to me, consists of a tan sweater which embraces her figure. Her insignia on her chest is quickly covered by her arms as she adjusts the red ribbon beneath her neck, blushing slightly as she looks towards me. It's Kay. ということで、Kay は来たんだね。The sight brings a smile to my face. It usually would, but this time means a lot more to me than any of those ever could. I managed to reach out to her. She came. Her expression, however, does not match mine. She still carries a troubled expression as she advances further down the street. If one thing is for sure, there's still a lot of work to do before we can make things right. If that's even the right word. All the issues, all the problems that caused the situation are still here. Kay is still upset.
Good morning.
こいつのメンタルケアをしないといけないんだな。Part of me wants to ask how she's feeling, in spite of knowing the answer. I'm fine, she'll say. That's all it is. Fine is just a synonym for not good. A quick answer to get people off your case. 考察がすごい、この人。Kay knows how concerned I am, but playing into her feelings now will not benefit either of us. Today I want her to feel normal, to experience a day of school like we usually would. Upsetting her by getting into the subject of her parents will just make my efforts all for naught. Instead, I opt to just usher her along with me to begin our day of school. I think we should get going. We are going to be late otherwise.
Okay.
いつも通り振る舞うんだね。I expected to apologize for being late, but it doesn't really matter to me. Kay and I begin our slow walk to school despite having the clock working against us, but we are not in any rush. いつ帰るんだろう、ウェルシュに。Yeah, dust shimmers in the air sporadically throughout the classroom, giving the day a sense of warmth as the autumn sunlight shines through the windows. All too much of a contrast with the bitter cold of the morning, leaving me with a feeling of unease as the issues with Kay still linger around my mind. Having left her not too long ago to get to class, we separated on a sour note, neither of us nearly saying anything, but our feelings were so similar. Months of sadness, sorrow, and general awkwardness. Getting her to come to school was one thing, but for her to open up to me again will be a completely different challenge. If I am going to make this day work, one way or another, I'll have to force her to talk to me, no matter how inconsiderate that sounds. Moving my body backwards, I stretch to alleviate the pain in my shoulders. Today is going to be long, but I've gotten through lessons before just thinking about Kay. Thing is, there's a lot more to think about now, including my feelings. いろいろ考えるね。The chimes of the school bell jolt me up from the slumped position of my chair. It's lunchtime, so getting outside as soon as possible is a priority. I went to meet Kay outside her class for once. Springing up, I grab my bag and swiftly push my items into it in a disordered manner. These are things I have no time to be concerned about. I managed to be one of the first people out of the class, but it's expected that those who sit near the front will always have the upper hand. Kay's class isn't much of a distance away. It seems that their class is still inside. Everyone in our year group is on the same corridor, so it's unsurprising to find myself joining the usual crowds who wait outside the other classes for their friends to come out. One by one, people flock out of the classroom. The entire event is quite a scene, as it's already been about 5 minutes since the lunch bell rang. Just how important was their lesson? てかさ、本当にさ、アメリカの学校の様子とか見てるとさ、ドラマとかでね、学校のシーン見てるとさ、ベルが鳴った瞬間にみんな教室出てくんだよね。何のためらいもなく。よくあるじゃん。日本の学校だとベル鳴っても先生がまだちょっと話してて、それを生徒たちが黙って聞いてるみたいな感じだけど、もう関係ないんだよね。授業の終わりはもう授業の終わりなんだから、もう出てっていいんだっていう。まあそりゃそうなんだよね。合理的だよね。っていうか、言葉通りなんだよね。終業のベル鳴ったんだからもう出てっていいんだっていう。先生も先生でさ、別に引き止めないもんね、生徒を。そうあるべきだよね。時間で区切ってちゃんと終わらせる。なんかさ、伸び伸びになるの多すぎんだよ。会議とかもそうだしさ、会議も時間決めてやんないと伸び伸びになっちゃってね。余計な話ばっかりして。という愚痴でした。そして、In time, the sight of Kay greets my eyes once again. She still holds the same expressionless appearance as her since this morning. It hurts to see. Hey Kay, shall we go have lunch together?
Sorry, I need to catch up with some work. I'm going to copy a friend.
Copy a friend? As soon as I opened my mouth, Kay seemed to go into a state of shock. Her words sounded untrustful, as if she forced out the first excuse she could think of. 避けられてるね。As depressing as it is, the reality is that I'm the only person she speaks to in this school. She wouldn't have the audacity to copy of someone within her class. If she's not ready to speak, that's fine. The entire action itself, going back on what I previously decided upon earlier, forcing her to speak to me, would probably send her into another state of shock. I'll let her go for now. Alright, Kay. I turned around, leaving Kay behind me as I joined the students from her class, heading towards the cafeteria. Whether Kay wanted me to object or not, I'm unsure. However, she won't be able to get away from me this easily. Letting out friendship dissipate like this isn't something I want to allow. I find myself sitting in the cafeteria, crunching a sandwich in my hand. A little earlier, the guy sitting in front of me got into a fight with one of the younger students over who would get the last beef sandwich. 醜い争いだ。I'm not really sure why these things are so popular. You enjoying the sandwich? You better be. I was wounded pretty bad back there. He didn't even touch you. Can't you just let me pretend for a minute? School is pretty boring, man. To be honest, he's right. Having to sit here without a K is quite agonizing. This restful experience, putting my entire state of mind into a flurry. Even though yesterday I sat alone in class, being here with this guy isn't much better at all. Are you listening, mate? すぐメイトって言うの。イギリスの人。Sorry, can you repeat yourself? I was saying what if they introduced the lamb into the school sandwiches? Yeah, there's plenty of sheep in Wales, aren't there? I wouldn't know. I've never been. I'm not even Welsh. Neither have I, man. I've just thought, you know. It seems this guy's pretty invested in sandwiches. The bell rings to signal the end of lunch, causing me to feel more depressed as I now have to face afternoon lessons.これなんて読むの？リスト Whale はわかんない。Listening to the mundane talk of my classmates, I decided to try it again with Kay.The idea is to walk her home, pretty bold in itself, but I know for a fact she's not going to be a compliant. Dragging her out by hand is one option, although the action seems really doggy and disrespectful to her. In a way, it might show her how much effort I'll put into being there to support her. What could go wrong? っていうかさ、相手が距離を取ろうとしてるときはさ、放っておいた方がいいと思うんだけどね、自分は。相手が別にさ、話しかけてほしくないって思ってんなら話しかけない方がいいんだよね。余計な心配せずに。そうは思わないのかね。一人になりたいって思ってんなら一人にさせてあげた方がいいんじゃないのかなって思っちゃうんですけどね。余計なお世話しないで余計な刺激を与えないようにしてさ。まあそれで引きこもっちゃうとまた問題だけどね。自分だったらさ、相手をコントロールしようとしないで相手の意思を尊重するっていうのが一番大事だと思いますけどね。たとえそれで引きこもったとしてもだよ。それは引きこもったら引きこもった時にまた考えればいいだけの話。まず放っておくっていう選択肢はないのかね。ウェールズに帰っちゃうのか。早くしないと。どれぐらいで帰っちゃうんだろうね。The classroom is filled with a uniform aura of apathy as it slowly drags on towards the final few minutes. Thinking back on my idea from earlier, I need to find a way to be able to get out before Kay. もしかして主人公とケイが結婚することによって親の扶養から外れてウェールズに帰らなくても済むみたいな話になるんじゃないこれ。もしかして。もう18歳であれば結婚できるからね。日本の法律になるのかな？国籍はどこにあるんだろう。でも日本で生まれた永住権を得たその外国の人が日本で産んだ子供は国籍は日本になるんだよね。ってことは日本の法律が適用されるから18歳で結婚できるんじゃない？あれもっと早く結婚できるっけ？ 16 歳ぐらいでいけんだっけ女性は。なんか男と女で違った気がしたな。でもその法律も廃止されたのかな？ちょっとわかりませんね。It can be guaranteed that a class will get let out the rate again, so I really don't want to miss her. Raising my hand, I eagerly wait for the teacher to notice. Asking to be excused for the restroom is undoubtedly the best way to be the first one out of the class. There's about 5 minutes until lessons ends, so there shouldn't really be a problem. Yes, Hiro. Excuse me, miss. May I please be excused for a restroom break? Go ahead, Hiro. It seems the teacher herself is quite apathetic towards her own lesson, sending me off in a tired and indifferent manner. これ使えそうだな。このセンテンス覚えとこうかな。これ英会話で使えそうだね。Excuse me, may I please be excused for a restroom break? これ品質英会話フレーズとして胸に刻んでおこう。今度なんかあって英語で話しかけられたらこの言葉を使って逃げよう。答えられないときは May I please be excused for a restroom break? って言ってそれでバッチリだね。Same as the teacher herself ね、これ見たね。I leave the classroom behind me. Some classmates looking shocked after realizing my plan to get out of class before them. Turning down the corridor, I walk slowly towards Kate's classroom. This time, she's not getting away so easily. なるほど、待ち伏せするのか。 トーキングじみてきたな。The bell rings to officially end everyone's school day. I've been waiting here for a few minutes, so in order to use up some time, I bought myself a drink. As people begin to walk down the corridor, I toss my can in the bin and continue to wait for Kelly's class to come through the doors. Surprisingly, this time, Kay is one of the first people to get out of her class. Perhaps she wanted to prevent the reception of the events of lunch, getting out early so she could avoid me. Unfortunately for her thoughts, as soon as she chance alighted, I grab her by the hand and make my way down the corridor with her at a quick pace. Her trailing behind me with an extraordinary sense of embarrassment, one with break new boundaries. ついになんか暴力まで働き始めて。
What are you doing?
やばいよね、これ。I'm walking you home.
What?
Confused, Kay continued to stumble over her words as I take her with me down the corridor. Despite her being able to let go of my hand, she shows no restraint as she allows herself to be taken with me. As we move, I notice a few stares and smiles from the various people from our year group. Even sounds of light-hearted laughter can be heard. Different to how Kay was treated before, I can only assume that they find the events funny in a friendly manner.
Where are we going?
Your house, I told you I'm walking you home, didn't I? どういうこと？もう帰る時間なのこれ。Saying that, both of us are almost running as we pace towards the school's exit. Not speed definable as walking, but I'm still taking her back to her house. Students move swiftly out of her way as we get outside and through the school gates onto the road, with the pair of us receiving the same odd looks and giggles as we finally break from the school ground. I let up my grip of Kay's hand since the entire action still is embarrassing. More so, the fact that running out of the school had caused their spots to sweat lightly. I can trust Kay not to run off now, so we both slow down into a brisk walk as I take her on the journey back to her house. So, did you manage to catch up with your work?
What are you talking about?
どういうこと？
Oh, that was...
A flustered Kay walks behind me as she tries her best to let out her words. The sight caused me to laugh, knowing that I've seen through her eye. It's this sort of experience that I had longed for. You're pretty cute. Saying that, Kay ramps up her levels of her natural causing me to lose myself in her adorable trance. I only told her the truth.
What? You really think so?
Really? こういうさ、シチュエーションがいいの？こういうシチュエーションがロマンチックなのかな？ちょっとわかんないんだよな。でもこういうのがきっといいんだろうね。青春なんだろうな。Her face is ablaze with emotion as she looks towards me with a hard brush, finding with her hair as it's entwined around her fingers.
Thank you.
よかったね。She meekly clasped her right arm as we continue walking down the road in a state close to silence, neither of us deciding to continue conversation. The real fact is that Kay still isn't feeling good inside, trying to force her into a state of happiness will just make things worse. I am fine with being able to come with her, walking down the street, lit up the afternoon sun. This is something I've always wanted to do with Kay. Being there for her, being with her, It brings my feelings for her into question. 珍しいよね。こういうのも貴重になってきましたよね。LGBT じゃない普通のストレートな恋愛のビジュアルノベルって結構貴重なんだよね。このご時世。Our steps are in sync as the two of us walk side by side down a street which is now quite familiar to me. Accompanying Kay on the way home may have seemed like a brash thing to do. The idea itself established rather hesitantly. However, being here with her after spending yesterday in a state of worry gives me a sense of relief. The issue that caused this are still prevalent, however, but showing Kay that she doesn't have to go through it alone is enough of a reason for my actions. We find ourselves idling in front of her house, neither of us really wanting to start the traditional words for farewell. Kay takes a lead, despite being rather reserved throughout the day.
Thank you. I'm sorry about earlier. I just needed some time alone to think. It's been hard recently.
It's alright, Kay. Kay is still bearing the weight of the uncertainty as she faces the chance of having to leave everything and everyone she's known behind to move away. And from what her father had told me, the distance between her and what she cherishes would be quite extraordinary. Remember, Kay, you have people who are there for you, even if it's the two people she's likely to be leaving behind.
I know. You've been a great friend to me. That's why it's hard.
With Kay saying that, the door to her house opens wide despite neither of us reaching out for the handle. Standing before us is Kay's father, sporting a smile which I can only describe as uneasy. Both of us know the situation Kay is in, and both of us are trying our hardest to deal with it. なんでこの親父平日の昼間に家にいるの？仕事はしてないのかこの人は。在宅ワークなのかな。I thought I heard someone speaking outside. Come on in, Hiro. You are more than welcome to stay for dinner. びっくりしちゃう。この絵に驚いちゃう。面白いな。Mr. Elt wastes no time trying to get me inside of his house. All I can assume is that he has something he wants to discuss with me. I can do more than guess what it's he wants to talk about. The startled response coming straight from her. Kay, still somehow shocked at her father's invitation, adds behind me as I step forward into her house. Are you coming inside, Kay?
Yes!
It's strange that man has to ask his own daughter if she's going to enter their own house, but it's not something I wouldn't expect happening with Kay. Actions are quite adorable. Dispelling the train of thoughts, I divert my attention back to reality, knowing that there's a still large uncertainty that hangs over us. As Mr. Eut and I walk further through the hall, Kay stands behind and speaks out to us.
I need to put some things away upstairs. I'll come back down in a minute.
今度こそ首を吊るのか Rushing off quickly up the stairs, Kay leaves her father and I alone in the hallway. Well, the two of us can still go through to the dining room. You want a beer? I know you're below the Japanese drinking age, but the laws are different in my house. Yeah, sure, why not? マジでさ、ヨーロッパの人たちお酒強いからな。ドイツとか特にね。Willingly accepting his offer, the two of us walk into the dining room, both of us knowing what's on the other mind. Sitting down, both of us are reluctant to start a conversation. Kay could come down at any minute. It'll be pretty for her to hear us talking about her behind her back. Still, the thought is something I'll have to neglect. Avoiding this conversation isn't what I'd want to. So, has she been any better? She's still pretty upset. His voice has a certain firmness that seems fitting for the discussion, as it's the fact that Kate's emotional distress doesn't concern him. I think she likes you, you know. The thought of having to leave you doesn't sit well with her. What? What? Repeating my thoughts aloud, I stare blankly at Mr. Wood, who sits in front of me with a smile. Did he just suggest Kate likes me? In what way is he suggesting? I mean that she's upset that she'd have to leave you. No, the part before that. Or I'm just suggesting that Kay has a crush on you. You know, there's a times in a girl's life where they find someone they like. That's the way it is for everyone. Is this guy really telling me that his daughter fancies me? Hearing it's quite a shock, especially from him, her own father. Thoughts rush through my head as I think over my relationship with Kay. ケイがこんなに落ち込んでたのは、主人公と離れ離れになるのが嫌だったかららしいよ。この父親によるとね。そこまでもう深くなってたんだね。そこまで好かれてたんだね。さすがだね。Kate's action towards me have never been quite confident. She's always seemed embarrassed or shy, but that's just how I thought she normally was. でも親が離婚してるとさ、その子供も将来結婚した時に離婚しやすくなるって聞くよね。親が仲がいいと、その人も結婚した後長く続くらしいんだけど、なんかね、離婚した人は、子供も離婚しやすいって聞くよね。だからうまくいかないかもね。この経由。まあ離婚一回くらいした方がいいんだよね、きっと。その方が人生が豊かになるからね。複雑っていうか。でも周りに離婚した人たくさんいるけどね、もう珍しくもなんともない。2回再婚した人もいるし、子供、お互い子供連れで再婚した人もいるしね。でもうまくやってんだよ。2回目の結婚で。To think that she likes me, it's a strange thought. Yet inside I can't deny the feelings of happiness, the feeling of waiting, wanting to be with her. You are a good kid. I've always thought that good kids deserve good news. Diverting my attention back to Mr. Elwood, he continues talking with a smile on his face. I've had some talks with my solicitor, legal staff, right? He told me that I'm likely to win custody of Kay. じゃあ、Kay は親権取られずに済むんだ、母親に。My wife isn't known to have the best mental health record, so don't feel too down, kid. Kay's going to stay. A wave of relief washes over me, knowing that Kay doesn't have to face her burdens. It's a pleasing thought. Even more so that I know how Kay feels about me. I can't even describe what either of us would be feeling if we were separated. Have you told her yet? Not yet. こう言ってやればいいのに。なんで貯めるんだ。I wanted to wait till that time was right. What does he mean? I think that telling her will be one of the first things he do. For days, Kate has been awash with agony, finding herself disillusioned in reality as she faced having her little torn apart by an uncontrollable force. It's odd. Can I ask you for a favor? What? Take my daughter out on a date. What? 父親が言うそれを。娘をデートに連れ出してくれ。こんな父親いる？父親じゃないんじゃないの本当はこの人。知らないおじさんなんじゃないの？知らないおじさんが家にいるんじゃない？昔あったよね。九州で。家族が知らない人に洗脳されてお互い殺し合ったみたいな。Seems as if what is the only thing I can get out around this guy. To be so full of surprises. What's even more surprising is that Kate's still taking her time with putting her stuff away. Me and her father have been talking about her for quite a while. 何してんだろう。また部屋の中でさ、放心状態になってんじゃないの？ケイ。壁にもたれて。やばいよね。Her father has just asked me to go on a date with her. Yeah, she's conveniently upstairs, completely unaware of what's going on. Why are you so adamant about me and Kay? I reveal my thought to him. In no way do I not want to go out with Kay. It's just strange that her father is putting us together. First, he tells me she likes me, and now he's trying to get me to take her out. Aren't fathers supposed to be reluctant to let the guy date their daughter? そうだよね。Especially when they've only known each other for less than 2 weeks. 2週間も経ってないんだ。It's just that Kate's never had many friends. To know that she's managed to make one, which she even likes. I don't want her to miss the opportunity. And hey, you are not a bad kid. I have no objection to you dating her. 物事がさ、トントン拍子に進んでいくよね。すごい。Hearing these words, they are strange. Thoughts which were never falling, but the really which certainly is new to me. I myself can deny the feelings I've held for Kay, even if they were abstract for most of the time. Now, presented with this, I'm assured what those feelings were love. The sounds of footsteps resonate from the hallway, giving me and Mr. Elwood a clean sign of change the direction of our conversation. So, Hiro, how's school? Oh, wow, it's been great.
I'm back.
Okay, sit down. I'll get dinner prepared for us. Walking out the room, Mr. Elwood leaves me with Kay, the girl which drew out my inner feelings. Seeing her now sitting before me with a slight frown as she looks downwards at the table, fiddling with her braids. It makes my heart race. ということで、取っちゃうのが何点なんだけど。Mr. Elwood soon comes back into the room, carrying plates topped with dinner. Kay and I still sit in silence, each of us taking occasional glances towards the other without being directly bothered by it. As Kate's father places a plate in front of me, the smell itself is enough to signal the quality of it. Last time his dinner was actually quite enjoyable, like Kay said. This smells nice.
I knew you'd like his cooking.
Breaking the wall between us, Kay finally speaks up. Her face, though it's still masked by sadness, possibly due to the events of what had happened the first time I tried her father's cooking. Unbeknownst to her thoughts, it seems things are going to work out in the end. Mr. Elwood seated his own seat and the three of us tucked into our meals, in between conversation at least. So, how did you two meet anyway? I don't think you never told me, Kay. His face is lit by embarrassment, both of us recalling the events of the day. It's funny now. Think that the chance event could bring us so close to each other. I glanced at Kay, signing to her that she can explain everything to her father. It's a cool thing to do considering her timidity. Though watching her explain it's going to be cute.
Well, I dropped my bag on the way to school. My library card was left behind, and he gave it back to me.
Really? That's an odd way to meet someone. ラブコメでありがちだけどね。Mr. A would laugh at the... てかなんでカバン落としてさ、図書カードが地面に落ちるんだろう。普通なんか財布とかにちゃんと入れとくよね。カバンに直で入ってたってこと？カードが。そんなことあるかな。あ、すぐ取り出せるようにって説明ついてたよね、ちゃんと。そう、ちゃんと説明が作るんだよ。話は。ちゃんと考え込まれてるから。Mr. A would laugh at the K's face, incredibly reddened. There are, of course, more details to it than that. If I hadn't decided to walk up to her in the cafeteria, then none of this would have happened. やっぱ選択肢が合ってたんだ、あの時の。Kate's face still seems sorrowful, making her remember how we met, when she still thinks we might be leaving each other. Why hasn't he told her yet? 本当だよね。なんで引き伸ばしてるんだろう。The ongoing streams of time flows forward. The three of us having finished our meals and the clock itself reflecting how long I've actually stayed here. I didn't even tell my family where I'll be, so they're probably going to be either angry or inquisitive. I doubt any of them will actually be worried about where I am. I think it's getting a bit late. Yeah, I wouldn't want to keep you here for too long. It's been good to speak to you, Hiro. I think Kay should walk you to the door. I'll say my goodbye here. Okay, thanks for the meal, Mr. Eut. My pleasure. Kay, startled as ever, treads after me as I walk out into the hallway of the Eut residence towards their front door. Our eyes lock. Kay still flared up with embarrassment and myself filled with a newfound sense of direction. Kay, would you like to go somewhere with me tomorrow? After school, that is.
You want to go somewhere?
Yeah, I think it'd be fun.
Okay, sure.
一回図書館でデートしてんじゃんね。何をそんなに恐れるのか。Kay still seems rather embarrassed. It was only days ago that herself invited me to town. Despite not calling it a date, I still find myself attaching a connotation to this upcoming trip with her. I don't plan on missing any opportunities with it. Anyway, I think I should get going. I'll see you at school tomorrow, Kay. I tried to make a swift exit, despite wanting to spend as much time with her as I can. Standing here with my heart pounding in my chest, it's sending my mind into a frenzy.
See you tomorrow.
Stepping outside, I turn back to Kay and give her a smile, one which thankfully she returns, knowing that there's a future for us somewhere. It makes me feel content. Kay slowly shut the door behind me as if trying to savor our time together. Things for us have been quick, sure, but tomorrow I plan on changing the course of things for both of us. To finally be there for Kay, even if she's no longer constrained by the burden of depression, I'm looking forward to it, but it's gonna be hard to wait. 多分父親がケイになかなか事情を話さないのは彼女のメンタルを鍛えるためなのかな。暴露療法なのかな。多分そういうことなんだと思うよ。すぐディプレッションになるからケイは。その状態を自力で克服させるためにあえて 話してないんだね。国に帰る必要はなくなるかもっていう話をね。Sounds of buzz, chirping wakes me up. またこの話ね。It gives me time to get myself ready for another day. With today, in particular, being of enough importance for me to want to experience it today, a day which would have otherwise been a plain and generic day. It's a day I take Kay out on a date. Even though I never called it that, that's what it seems like. Her father even told me to take her out on a date. So, in a way, I feel it is. More importantly, this is the day I'll tell Kay my feelings, the one which I've had for a while, all without realizing them. Now, though, whenever I think about her, my heart races, energized by my passion, my desire to be with her. It's a strange feeling, one which I've never had before, but I embrace it. 告白するのか。After taking the time to freshen myself up, which involves the usual morning routine of shower and teeth cleaning, I make my way downstairs to have a breakfast. So far, these are things I'd normally do. They are unlikely to change as well. However, the only notable difference today is the keen smile I keep on my face as I continue to feel a rush of emotion. In the dining room, as you'd expect, my family are sat around the table, where my mother and father are raised. Unsurprisingly, my sister is still either in bed or slowly waking up. Joining my parents at the table, I reflect on the situation Kay had found herself in. She may not be able to experience having both parents with her, but now she can finally stop worrying about leaving one or the other, especially when she doesn't even like her mother. I still don't know whether her father has told her yet, though I should be able to tell when I see her, a sight I look forward to. What are you so happy about, son? Isn't he allowed to be happy? Why do you have to question him? I'm not questioning him, woman. I'm just asking him why he's so cheerful. But that is questioning me. Still, I feel as if I should answer him. I don't mind telling him why I'm happy, just as long as I don't have to be specific about it. I'm gonna out later. Instead of intensely badgering me for more information, my father refrains and provides me with a quick stare before giving me a small smile. Alright, son. Strange. Is it because I told him I was going to Kay's house the other day? I don't know, that would give him a good reason not to ask me wherever I was going with a girl if he already assumes that I will be. Neither of us continues speaking, giving the opportunity for my sister to rather abruptly sit down beside me. As expected, it looks like as if she's had a bad day already. Her lesson is all too apparent as it contrasts with my upbeat mood. She really doesn't do well in the mornings. What time is it? Looking at my watch, I realize it's about time I left. Even though my sister goes to the same school, I find myself leaving earlier than her most days. Of course, I've had even more of a reason for doing so recently. It's almost 25 past. Shouldn't you be leaving then? Yeah, I should be. Getting up, I grab my bag and head towards the door. My sister, still in her typical monotonous voice, calls out to me one last time. Tell the girl you are meeting I said hi. How does she know about Kay? Still, I don't have time to question her. She does go to the same school as me, so it's more than likely that she's been me hanging around with her. It's something I haven't thought about until now. I'll see you later. Ignoring her request, I make my way out of the door. Despite being a bit late leaving, I should still get there on time. It's the emotional drive that's pushing me forward. My pounding heart, my anxiety, the light sweat on my brow as the morning sunlight meets my face. All of these symptoms of my longing for Kay, my love for her. I couldn't see her sooner. 早く告白すればいいのに。The late September sunlight shines down upon me as I stroll down the street with passion put into each step. It's autumn. Though to me it still feels like summer. The frivolous attitude people can have towards life really kicks in at this time of year. At least for students like us. Anyway, since we follow a Western curriculum, the school year had only started a few weeks ago. Nobody really is taking it seriously. 日本の入学式、卒業式ちょっと違うんだよね。海外は。なんだっけ、なんかね、結構違うんだよね。どうでもいいか。To think that I'd experienced this after returning from the summer break, being able to walk with a slight pang of nervousness as I got to meet a girl that I'd grown to love, all with my heart beating in the lively rhythm as I get closer and closer to the point in which we'll meet, the point where we first met. ここね。もう見慣れた光景だよ。あれ？メガネしてないんじゃない？好きな子がメガネを忘れたってやつかな。これが噂の。The continued walk brings Kay into my sight, causing my heart to speed up as I watch her diligently play with her clothes, as if trying to make herself appear presentable. One thing which is made apparent is the distinct change of her style. Her hair, rather than being done in the cute, braided manner I've become used to seeing, now floats downwards towards the floor, each strand glowing in the morning sun. 髪の毛もそうだね、そういえば。The notable pair of glasses she wears seem to be missing as well. It's a striking contrast to how she normally looks, but it's not as if I haven't seen her like this before. もしかしてそういう西洋の見方でも、三つ編みとメガネっていうのは、そういう陰キャの象徴なのかな。で、メガネ取って髪の毛を下ろすっていうのは、なんか、そういう典型的なイメチェンのさ、型なのかな、型があるのかな。まあでも、日本も同じだよね。委員長みたいなちょっと堅苦しいタイプの子が実はメガネを取って髪の毛を下ろしたらめちゃくちゃ美人だったみたいな、そういう展開よくありますよね、漫画の中では。そういうパターンなのかな。The talk we had in her bedroom is all too memorable. As I approach her, Kay looks towards me with a smile. Rather than expressing surprise at my appearance, something about her seems different. Disregarding the obvious change in image.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. You look nice, Kay. I struggle with getting the words through my mouth as Kay stands right before me. It wasn't like this yesterday, but now that I know these feelings truly, seeing her overwhelms
Thank
me.
you. I wanted to try something different.
Ending her sentence with a beam of happiness, Kay looks towards me as she holds on arm with the other. It's almost as if she's nervous as well, both of us sharing the same feelings. Looking over her again, I feel as if this look suits her as much as her bride's did. Admittedly, she did look cute before, but today she seems just a little more mesmerizing. Maybe it's because of the affection I carry for her, but I know seeing her like this is something I will enjoy. That's if she keeps that look. One thing is on my mind though. How are you supposed to see without your glasses? あれじゃないの？なんだっけ？なんか手術したんじゃないの？目の視力を回復させる。あったよね、そういう手術。Kay brushes, looking down at the floor in embarrassment.
I'll wear them in school. It's just that I'm a little short-sighted is all.
も
I
とも
can
と
see
そんなに
fine. That's all that matters.
そんなに目が悪くなかったんだ。A final line sends a flood of emotions through my mind, causing me to feel flustered, an expression which connects the two of us. Kay looks at me timidly, though I can feel something in her eyes. Is this the difference? Did he tell her?
Shall we get going then?
Yeah, let's go. The two of us walk side by side, something which we would usually be doing. Now, however, I feel as if the bridge between us has gotten shorter and shorter. The days when I Kelly was away feeling sad are now behind us. Her newfound happiness seems to give me enough of an indication that she's no longer needs to feel troubled, that she has a future here. Today, I plan on crossing the bridge to her heart. ポエムだね。彼女の心の橋を渡るんだって。The final minutes of class soon approach my heartbeat, acting as a metronome as time continues forward. Soon to face the lunch bell. I haven't been able to think about anything but Kay all day. After seeing the cute wave she gave me after we split up to get to our respective classes, I've been dying to see her again. 高校生の頃なんてさ、もうゲームのことしか考えてなかったもんね。ゲームとアニメのことしか考えてなかった。こんな素敵な青春はなかったな。でもあと勉強のことも考えてて、テストがめちゃくちゃ多かったからさ。塾に行ってたからな。ほぼほぼ塾と家の往復で、心が休まるのはゲームしてる時だけだったな。っていう思い出しかないよね。Upon hearing the chimes that makes the start of lunch, I stand up quickly enough to gain the attention of several classmates around me. I don't have time to be concerned about it though. てかさ、中国の人たちのがさ、やばいんだよね。学校と塾行ってさ、塾に泊まって勉強するんだよね。この前ニュースで見たけど。で、この前違法な塾が摘発されてて、警察に。子供になんか栄養注射みたいなのさせて、勉強させてたっていうんで、違法ななんか教育方法だってことで、業者が摘発されてましたけど、警察に。とんでもないよね。なんか点滴でさ、栄養打たせて、食事の時間とかを節約するために。で、しかも、睡眠も自分の席で取るんだって。ちょっと漫画喫茶みたいなさ、ちょっと、ロングな椅子があって、そこに座って勉強して、で夜になったらそこで寝るみたいな。子供だよ、まだ。14、5歳の子たちだよ。すごいよね。人権って何なんだろうって思っちゃうね。若い時苦労した方がいいのかな。でもそれぐらい。年取ってからそれはきついけど、子供の時ならまだいけんのかもしれないね。ただ性格は歪むだろうね。そんな経験したら、子供の時。いろんな学校がありますよ。とにかく。部活はないのかな。インターナショナルスクールには。そういう描写が出てこないけど。でもね、漫画の部活とやっぱ現実の部活は違うんだよね。自分入ってましたけど、部活。体育はすごい、体罰がすごかったね、パワハラが。とにかく。女子のマネージャーとかもいなかったしね。ひたすらいじめばっかりでしたね。みんなストレスが溜まってるから、一番立場の弱いやつを体育倉庫に閉じ込めて遊んだりとかね。そういうひどい場所でしたね。漫画とかアニメではキラキラしてるけど。まあもちろんそういうとこもあるんでしょうけどね。中には。一部の学校では。そして、The more time I spend here, the less I spend with Kay. Walking out the door, I expect to see her cute face waiting for me, as she usually does. However, in the corridor stands only the usual crowds of students waiting for their friends. Kay isn't one of them. Instinct tells me to check her classroom, taking me down the corridor towards their room. I could have sworn that some of the people back there were in the class, so
There you are. I thought I had missed you.
一生変わったね、すっかり。Kay approaches from behind, startling me slightly as I had assumed she'd have been in her classroom rather than trailing after me. Where were you?
Oh, sorry. I was in a call with my father. Shall we head to the cafeteria?
Weirdly, Kay seems even happier than she was this morning. It's strange. I'd assumed that Mr. Eutz had told her earlier, given by how energetic she seemed when compared to yesterday. However, now it's like I'm facing a Kay filled with a newfound spirits. Just what did he tell her during that call? Kay and I turned down the corridor to begin our time together at lunch. She still carries a beam of happiness across her face. It's a nice sight, though. I'm used to seeing her smiling timidly with a blush. If he did tell her, I would have assumed she'd have told me. Or maybe not. Kay doesn't even know that I'm aware of the Costelli issue, so maybe that's why she hasn't said anyway. Either way, I'm glad that Kay is finally free of worry and can be happy again. The only issue now is to get closer to her, close enough for her to hear my feelings. As we enter the cafeteria, it's hard for me to act calm. My mind continues to spin whenever I look in her direction. It shouldn't have taken this long to get to cafeteria, but maybe my sense of time is flowing ever so slower. It's hard to not act calm around her now that my feelings are in control, and given that there are no issues stopping our hearts from binding, it's just a matter of time before I let them out. Going by her father's words, she must be feeling something too. She must be forcing herself to act with passion, as if to make an impression. It's not really needed, but it's cute to see her do so. If her father can be trusted, then us coming together is on an inevitability. 告白すればいいのに早く。Eventually, school ends on the rather usual note. If it wasn't for my outing with Kay, I'd usually be feeling pretty apathetic at this point. During lunch, neither of us really spoke to the other. Despite Kay's prior confidence, I think inside, both of us know that getting our feeling out is gonna be a difficult task. Hopefully, this date can provide the groundwork for us to forge our relationship. The school bells rings, pumping up the speed of my heart. I now face something I've wanted for a while, something I've longed for. Hopefully, I can get it done effectively. Hopefully, I can bring us together. Outside stands Kay, waiting for me as usual with a slight blush on her face. She knows as much as I do that we are about to embark on a journey that will change us. It's whatever gives in the past that will truly set things off.
Shall we get going?
Yeah. I never told her where I wanted to take her. All I said was, would you like to go somewhere with me? Hindsight tells me that choosing something for us to do just to set an atmosphere would have been a good idea. However, I think that neither of us really care about much. We just want to spend time together. Starting our slow pace through the corridor, I feel something grasp my hand. Did she really?
Sorry!
何なの?
I got used to you taking me places like that.
手をつないできたってこと? Nervousness strangles my voice. I can't get anything out. Part of me wants to just take hold of her hand. Part of me wants to tell her right now, I love you. So something is stopping me from doing it. Something stopping me from moving forward. 何かどんでん返しがあるのかな、最後に。We arrive in the center of town together after spending a long period of the journey, passively giving each other an occasional glance. An awkward but somehow enjoyable atmosphere, one that's always been between us. There's never been a moment where I haven't enjoyed spending time with her. It's just now there's a lot more tension on the very aura that crosses between us and our hearts. The late afternoon sun provides a canopy of tranquility, the two of us remaining silent as we look towards one another. 制服デートだね。放課後の制服デート。I'd love to know what she's thinking right now. It can't be any different than what's going through my mind. Kay is the one to break the silence.
Well, we're here. What should we do?
Although I was the one to invite her out here on the advice her father gave, I still have no idea as to what I should do with her. Anything that involves spending time with her, I'm bound to find readable. Is there anything you wanted to do, Kay? 本借りれば I think I've just about managed to control the uneasiness in my voice.
I just want to spend time with you.
Both of us have come to the same conclusion. We really don't care what it is we do as long as we do it together. Kay brushes at her own statement, causing me to feel a sense of warmth inside. This feeling is usually described as having butterflies in the stomach. They must be going pretty crazy then. Each second we spend together causes me to adore her more, a deep sense of affection flowering from the shield she had placed in my heart. Okay, should we go for a walk? Kay nods her head, looking at me with a sense of emotion. Her eyes are fixed on me, though I can deny mine being fixed on her. 若干 AI っぽい文章な気がするんだよな。ちょっと失礼かもしんないけど。なんだろう。なんかちょっと AI っぽさがあるんだよな、文章に。わかる？なんか整いすぎてるっていうか、なんか謎のさ、形容詞っていうのかな。なんか、メタファーが AI っぽいメタファーなんだよな。そんなことない？ We start to walk again, making our way further into town. Kate's golden hair flows down her back, ruffled around periodically by side breezes passing. It makes her all the more attractive. あ、新しいロケーションだ。Our planned stroll together takes us to a part of a town remembered by students as a date spot. Numerous couples can be seen enjoying the view of the city. Instances of people falling in love.
I want to tell you something.
Kate walks ahead of me, quickly turning back to face me with her reddened face. Instead of directing her eyes away, as she normally would, she locks them with
I
mine.
wanted to thank you for being there for me. Recently, I've been going through a lot.
Words flow from Kate's mouth. A river of emotion wells so deep within her heart. I have a feeling as to what she's going to tell me, though I appreciate being able to hear each and every word. The experience I knew she had gone through, told from her own perspective in her very words.
You knew things weren't going well with my parents. They were going through a divorce.
I nodded in response to her words. I don't want to interrupt her. でもさ、両親離婚した方がいいよね。毎日家でさ、喧嘩するよりはさ、絶対離婚した方がいいと思うんだよね。子供にとっても親にとっても。
My mother wanted to take me away. It hurt me. I thought I'd have to leave my father. I thought I'd have to leave you. I didn't want to do that. But now, I'm happy. I was told I was going to stay with my father.
ああ。
I'm happy because I finally get to tell you.
なんか
I love you!
タッチが変わった。なんか随分幼くなったね。ちょっと待って。同じ人
I love
Kate once again lifts her eyes, looking towards me with a sense of embarrassment on her face. Her feelings released from her heart. Inside, it makes me happy. One of us was bound to let out feelings known to the other at some point today. Now that it's finally happening, part of me feels content, overwhelmed with the emotion of love. Both my own and Kate's.
you! It's been like that for a while. You gave me the opportunity to speak to someone. To feel this way. That's why I had to tell you.
Kate stands still, almost frozen, as she breathes heavily. I watch her tremble slightly as she continues looking in my direction, playing with the end of her hair as it rests down her side. なんでさ、これ体を舐め回すように見るんだろうね、主人公。A small gust causes her skirt to flap around, quickly pushed down by her left hand. Now that she's reached out to me, I feel as if it's time to do the same, to tell her how I feel. なんでさ、唐突にちょっとエッチなシーンになるんだろうね。I'm happy, Kay. Because, well, I love you too. 驚きすぎなんだよな。Kay looks up in surprise, her face still reddened, shines in the afternoon sun from where she had been swelling from nervousness. After spending time with you, I realized what it is I was looking for. I was able to find something in those moments. Moments I've enjoyed. That's why, Kay, I wanted to thank you too. Both of us here together have managed to become different people. Before, Kay was a timid girl. Her feelings, her thoughts locked inside because of bad experiences. Being bullied, her parents going through a divorce, all of it was painful for her. To think that she managed to find something in me, it's a wonderful feeling. On the other hand, before I met her, I was just a new transfer. Nobody really showed much of an interest in me. Meeting her gave me the chance to connect with someone, to change my outlook on life. That's why I'm glad I met her.
I'm so happy.
よか
I
った
can't
ね。
believe it.
Don't worry, you are not dreaming. It's just a game. Kay smiles at me. A smile more than one of simple gratitude. It's one filled with love.
I'm glad our feelings are mutual.
Me too. I was going to confess to you today, but you beat me to the punch. 何がおかしい Over the past 2 weeks, we've managed to form something together. It's a short amount of time when looking back, but I don't think I'll ever forget the events which have brought us together. From meeting her by chance on her street to being able to fall in love, it's a cliché, but it's one which I cherish. Both of us are happy that we were able to make that connection. Now it's time for us to move forward to forge a relationship. The events that troubled us are now in the past. What we have to do now is clear. We have to be there for each other, an easy task considering how much we enjoy spending time together. In the end, we are glad that we were able to hear one another. The sound of our love, the girl I love. Okay.
Thank you.
終わった。いや、めちゃくちゃいい話だったね。綺麗にまとまってた。すげえ。全部一人でやってんだ。 途中から声優がいるってことに気づいた。いや、このボイスアクターもすごく良かったよね。あ、でも絵は違う。イラストはいろんな複数の人が描いてんだね。だからちょっとタッチが違うんだ。面白かったな。しかもこの話はね、スピンオフと続編がありますんで、それもやっていきたいですね。これ以上どんな続きがあるんだろう。ハッピーエンドで終わったけれど、まだなんかあるみたいですね。母親がまた関係してくるのかな。という感じでした。すごいね。無料とは思えないボリュームでしたね。ちゃんと導入から終わりまでちゃんとしっかり話がまとまってて、伏線とかもあってね、なぜ彼女が学校休んでたのかとかさ、そういう謎も全部明かされて、スチルもあるし、こういうエンディングもしっかりしてるし、プロだね。以上です。エクストラってなんだろう。あ、CG ギャラリーね。まだ見てないのがあるみたいだね。あ、いいか。